Good morning, everyone. My name is Zach Murray, and I am the Associate of Individual Giving and Former Crew Member Relations at the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. And today, I'm going to be your host for some fun. We are thrilled to welcome you to our annual Kids Week Festival this year, virtually. Thank you all for tuning in. We have a lot of exciting things happening today and throughout Kids Week. If you take a look at our schedule here, you can see just what we've got lined up. Throughout Kids Week, we have different activities, different demonstrations, performances, live animals, and so much, much more. Now, as you're watching each program, if you guys have any questions, any comments for me, any of our presenters, feel free to just pop them right there into the chat. I'm going to see them coming up on my screen. I'm going to be asking them to our presenters. We're going to be learning. We're going to be having some different fun, and we'll be sure that our guests reply and get back to you guys as we go. Now, before we introduce our first guest, for those of you who are not familiar with the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum, the museum is home to amazing historic artifacts that you can view and experience. 28 of the world's military aircraft and the Concord, a Cold War-era submarine, a NASA space shuttle, and of course, the National Historic Landmark aircraft carrier, Intrepid. Lots of cool stuff for all ages. Now, while the Intrepid Museum is closed right now, we hope that when we do reopen, you will come right out and come back and visit us. Now, for now, we have a ton of engaging virtual program every week. To learn more, just pop right on over to our website at www.intrepidmuseum.org. And now, here is a little video about some of the great things we have and do at the museum. Let's take a look.
So the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum is truly a bridge, and through the lens of history, we can actually connect the past to the future.
Is in use today. These ships still use.
These things are not relics. They're as inspirational as they were 7 decades ago, and they're very important and relevant to that next generation of engineers, scientists, and the problem solvers. Thrust and gravity and lift, all these concepts of flight are available to learn.
To fly is change the amount of lift generated on her wings.
It's such a sensory experience. You can still smell the oil. My name's Nick Lawrence. I'm an assistant principal at a school in the South Bronx. This is the 5th year our students will be coming to the Intrepid. If you're in this space where things were happening, it's easier to think about and really envision what people were going through.
What's your ages, guys?
16.
Wow. In 1967, in the war zone, this ship was run by your age group. Think about it. That's why you would come in as a kid and you left as a man, because you had to.
You're able to visualize how the events would affect you.
Seeing the planes and things that were around during the time that you're learning about in a textbook, like, it's crazy to me.
I found it magical. During Kids Week, we met a veteran who actually served on the Intrepid, and he was telling us stories like how they used to eat out of their helmets.
I think lessons are learned from history. I think it's great that, children come and see the ship as it is now and all the exhibits here.
For me, Intrepid is a compelling place to think about history. This little piece of metal is a piece of shrapnel. It lodged in the hip of a sailor named Edward Winfrey, who was on the flight deck at the time Intrepid was struck by a kamikaze aircraft. Supporting the Intrepid Museum allows us to preserve and present history, not just to our audiences who come here today, but also for future generations. Audiences down the road can ask their own questions about Intrepid's history.
The mission that it's on now will never end. If people keep giving and supporting this ship, it'll go on forever. It's alive and living in Manhattan. In Manhattan, when I'm on the flight deck in the evening and the lights come on the city, are you kidding me? It's an incredible experience.
Wow. Wow, great video there. Great to see former crew member Jerry Fiola speaking about his experiences volunteering at the museum today. And, you know, great to see down into the collections, the kids interacting, thinking about Kids Week this week. I mean, You know, certainly Fleet Week at the Intrepid Museum is something that we always get excited about, but boy, does Kids Week really kind of get me activated, and just the energy, the excitement, the different partners coming out, different people learning, engaging, presenting. It's really great stuff. Now, as you guys can see on your screen, we've got our first program starting up in about 10 minutes now or so. We're going to be welcoming a presenter from the American Museum of Natural History as we talk a little bit about how Triceratops got their horns and frill, the secrets of horned dinosaurs. So stay tuned for that. We're going to get started here in just a few moments. You know, I've got to get my things together in the back end, got to get our presenters ready. Hopefully no live Triceratops will be getting involved today in our presentation, but we never know what we may be coming into encounter. So everyone, hold tight. Thank you for welcoming me, your host today, as we start this off, and we'll be learning a little bit about Triceratops and hearing from American history very soon. All right, everyone, we're just nearly there to welcome our guests from the American Museum of Natural History. I almost forgot to mention for Kids Week this week, as some of you are very familiar, we have themes throughout the week. So today, of course, we will be recognizing safari and nature. Those are going to be the two things we're thinking about today. And of course, as we discussed, Triceratops with our friends from AMNH. Now, without further ado, allow me to welcome Han Yu as we begin the Triceratops program. Welcome, Kanyu. How are you today?
Great, great. I can hear you. Great.
We can see you. We can hear you. We are ready to rock.
Great. And we
take it away.
Fossil here, Proceratops scouse.
Excellent.
Hi, everyone. So today we're going to talk about horned dinosaurs. And let me get the model first. Here is the model of Triceratops, which is probably the most famous horned dinosaur ever. And you can see it in the American Museum of Natural History. And you can also see on the skull, I'm sorry, it's hurt. You see the big frill and the horns, 3 horns. But the question is, how did this animal get this structure of the frill and the horns on its orbit and also on its nose? Ceratopsian dinosaur is a group of herbivore dinosaur living from the late Cretaceous to living from the middle and the early middle to late Jurassic to the very late Cretaceous. And they distribute in 2 areas mostly, the East Asia and also North America. And most of the big things like the Triceratops and the Centrosaurus and Styracosaurus, they are discovered in the North America. And also here we have the relatively smaller dinosaurs, the Proceratops. This is a very juvenile Proceratops discovered in Mongolia in like 5 years ago during our expedition. And you can see these are very different animals. The first, they are small, and those animals does not have the extremely expanded frill and the nasal and orbit horn. And how did they get there? So by analyzing fossils from Mongolia and including China and Central Asia, and also part of the fossils from North America, we reconstruct the evolutionary history of Ceratopsian dinosaurs. And we discover very interesting things that if you look closely on the facial area of this animal and also the rooftop of the skull, you could see some we call regal structure, and Z represents what of the structure we call ornamental structure, which is very gross and not a plane, but have many up and down on the surface of the skull. We believe that indicates evolutionary potential to grow into such a big frill and horn, and we have very complete evidence from it. You can visit at the American Museum of Natural History and also a bunch of other museums in New Mexico, Utah, in those places in Western America. And also, another problem is that how did the animal get such big? Because the Triceratops is probably one of the largest Ceratopsian dinosaurs ever lived. And even if you count the very, very large herbivore dinosaurs, and I mean, the Ceratopsian dinosaurs are not as big as the sauropods like Diplodocus, Brontosaurus, and Camosaurus, those giant sauropods. However, they're still very big. They can be as big as school bus and weighs about 8 or 9 tons, and a very big animal. And the problem is that the point is that out of the teeth, and during the evolution let me look this closer. From the evolution, from the Protoceratops, you can see their teeth look very typical dinosaur teeth. However, going to the North American ceratopsian dinosaur, they have a structure called the dental battery, which means densely packed teeth. They have the teeth in rows, like the first row, the second row, and third row, and 4 or 5 rows. And the teeth are growing together and forming a grinding surface, pretty much like this. And this surface provides a large grinding area for those angiosperm arose in the Cretaceous. And this facilitates they can outpit the giant sauropod dinosaurs, as well as other smaller herbivore dinosaurs, and they grow such big. And very interesting, in another lineage of dinosaurs, they call the duck-billed dinosaurs, very famous, like the Paralophosaurus. And you can also see it in the American Museum of Natural History, and they have the duck-bill-like structure. They also have that structure. However, these are an event we call convergent evolution, which means those two lineages diverge and they acquire some similar structure together. However, this structure does not, we call homology. They don't share a common ancestor for this particular structure, but they independently evolved because out of the similar natural selection pressure and the similar ecology and living environment. And also, pretty much everybody knows, living with Triceratops, there was another famous dinosaur as a T-Rex, probably the most famous one. Probably the most famous one, the T-Rex. And some people say, okay, maybe, and you could see it in so many movies, so many dinosaur movies, the T-Rex was predating on Triceratops. And usually they has somehow crushed the neck of the Triceratops from this angle. And this led to the idea, so the frill and the horns are for the ceratopsian dinosaurs are functioning to protect themselves, because if they just adjust the gesture of the necks and can easily protect their necks from the predating or attacking of any other large predators. And also they could use a horn to even attack vice versa to the predatory carnivore dinosaurs. And we look back on the early version of the ceratopsian dinosaur, you can see the Protoceratops. You can see the horn is very, very fragile. And even on his horn, you can see those big holes we call fenestra. And here are 2 fenestra. And also there are 2 large fenestras below. And probably this structure are too fragile to defend this animal from attacking from other carnivore dinosaurs. And after that, so this explanation is somehow between rejected and supported. We just need more fossil evidence, and there are very few of them, very, very few. And some other scientists propose that, okay, this horn may not functioning to present them from predation. However, they are for display and communication, just like many of today's birds and lizards. They have some structure, very extraordinary development, very colorful, very fancy. And they use this structure to show other animals in the same cohort, in some herds. Let's say a male Triceratops, and they could have a very colorful frill, and but anyway, even it's not very colorful, it's very significant enough to attract other female Triceratops, and maybe vice versa, and then to have the privilege to mate, to have the offspring. And that's another hypothesis. And however, obviously this hypothesis is very weakly supported, because you don't actually know the color of the frill, and you don't really know how to reconstruct the living looking of the frill and even the face of these animals. And recently, we have developed some techniques in those fossils. We could see the very fine structure on those fossils, the color pigments, including a very famous one called melansons. But this study was mostly conducted in feather dinosaurs. And probably we can apply this technique to ceratopsian dinosaurs to see whether they have a colorful frill or a very ordinary frill. And let's go one step further. If they can use a frill to attract the same animal in the same cohort, they can probably use a frill to make other animal be too frightening, other kind of animal, like today's many of the lizards and snakes. They have expanded frill or some foldy structure on his neck. And on that structure, you could see the eye-like structure. They pretty much look a really big eye and makes this animal look like a giant beast. However, the animal is actually small. For Triceratops, if you go to see the reconstruction on the website, like so many of them, you could see the painters, they have drawn like two dark circles here and here to mimic the eye of other large animals, then to frightening the potential predators. For example, velociraptor, if you know they live in the same age and same place in Mongolia, and probably even larger the Tabosaurus, which is a very close relative to T-Rex. And also, for the in-group communication, the neck and the frill is probably another explanation for this structure, because we have really good fossil evidence from Mongolia to North America to China. We have heard of ceratopsian dinosaurs. We have like tens of Proceratops. We have even like hundreds of, not Triceratops, but other, a little bit earlier ceratopsian dinosaurs. And they must be traveling together. And somehow they accidentally was trapped in some accidents, like a flood, and something very dangerous. And those animals was grouping together and then was buried together. And after like millions of years, they were discovered by paleontologists. And so if dinosaurs were traveling in herds, they must develop some way to communicate. So probably their horns and their frill was functioning for there to communicate, no matter via their eye or via the vision signal, or via like physical collision. I mean, they can touch the horn and frill and somehow communicate. But that's just an hypothesis. That's just an hypothesis, not carefully, not seriously verified yet. But we're looking forward to for future paleontologists to develop some technique and maybe more fossils to know this question further, to more thoroughly explain those questions. And maybe one of you can be the future paleontologist. Yes, and is there any questions?
Hey there, Concord. I think before we go to the question time, we're just going to show that quick film that you shared with us.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
So maybe over the course of the film, guys, if you have any questions coming in, you know, anything that pop it right in there in the chat, and then me and Kung Yu will have a little quick Q&A before we wrap up.
Yep, no problem.
Beautiful.
Hi everyone. Today we're going to the American Museum of Natural History, the largest natural history museum on this planet, and we're going to see some dinosaurs. Now we're at the 4th floor of the American Museum of Natural History, which is home to dinosaurs and many other extinct animals. I'm at the Hall of Ornithischian Dinosaurs, which are dinosaurs with a bird-like hip. And on the right-hand side, you can see duck-billed dinosaurs. And on the left-hand side, you could see ceratopsian dinosaurs, which means horn face. Now we see probably the most famous horned dinosaurs, the Triceratops. You could see a robust neck frill on its skull, and 2 orbital hole and 1 nasal hole on its face, and a big-like structure on its mouth. It is probably the largest, the latest, and the most extreme horned dinosaur ever. It lived in the late Cretaceous of North America, about 66 million years ago. The frill and the horn of the Triceratops is so robust that many scientists believe that this dinosaur can defend the most dangerous predator in the late Cretaceous of North America, the T-Rex. The body size of Triceratops is even larger than a limo. However, for most horned dinosaurs, their body pretty much looks the same, and paleontologists identify and name different ceratopsian dinosaurs by the morphology of their skulls. Let's check it out. With a giant neck frill, extending horns, and extreme large body size, Triceratops represents the most epic evolutionary episodes during the vertebrate history, especially dinosaurs, as well as other animals such as the giant dog-billed dinosaurs and T-Rex back in the late Cretaceous. Now we have the Styracosaurus. You can see the big nasal horns and the expanding neck frill. And here we have the Pentasaurus, the Pentaceratops, and you can see the different horns and frill on its skull. And also, plus that, we have different Centrosaurus. Here is one of the ceratopsian we call Chasmosaurus, and another species of Chasmosaurus. And here's another species we call Centrosaurus. Here we have 3 different species of horned dinosaurs, and you could definitely tell the difference between their skulls, the horns, neck frill, and many other structures. Paleontologists use this difference to identify different species of horned dinosaurs, even though they found the same place of the same age. But here comes the question, how did they get there? From the side view, you can definitely tell how different they are. Even they all belong to the family we call horned dinosaurs. To answer this question, we need to go back to another place where ceratopsian dinosaur has been found, East Asia. Now we see 2 adult Protoceratops and a conch of eggs arranged in a circle manner. Protoceratops are ordinary animals in today's sheep size, and they were first discovered in the 1920s during the American Natural History Museum exhibition in Mongolia. They have been found in Mongolia, Russia, Central Asia, and part of today China. Many have hypothesized the function of the neck frill of Protoceratops. Some think they may function to protect the fragile throats from attacking of other predators such as Velociraptor. And some may say they function as a display to attract sexual mates, or even to show off among cohorts. And others hypothesize that this structure may function as semi-regulation, mimicry, or communication. However, the question remains unknown, but we need more fossil evidence and hard work of future paleontologists. Here we have a growth series of Protoceratops. You can see from very small young baby to juvenile and to adults. Even though Protoceratops does not have a large body size, neither have they the extending horns or robust neck frill as many other ceratopsian dinosaurs I have seen before. They already have a very expanded neck frill on its skull. And this indicates the relationship between these animals and other derived ceratopsian dinosaurs found in North America. Here is a reconstruction of adult Stegosaurus, which means parrot beak-like, and 3 baby Stegosaurus. And here we have the whole skeleton. This animal was discovered in early Cretaceous, which dated back to 120 million years ago, mostly in China and Mongolia today. Look at its skull. Even though Stegosaurus is a very early horned dinosaur, you cannot tell it has a strong neck frill or any horn on its skull. However, look at the pattern of the edge of the skull. You could see the tubercles and all the growth structure, which shows evolutionary potential of this animal to evolve into giant beasts like Triceratops and many other horned dinosaurs we know. Moreover, from fossil evidence, we already know that Stegosaurus is a grouping animal, which means they travel and live in herds. And look at its face. It has a parrot-like beak, which resembles today's birds, and you could see this structure in any other ceratopsian dinosaurs. The body size of a Stegosaurus is small, pretty much resembling the puppy at your home. It's smaller than Protoceratops and almost any other ceratopsian dinosaur discovered in North America. Let's look again at this giant skull of Triceratops. There was nothing overnight to accomplish in the course of evolution. It took at least 40 million years for animals like Baxi we have seen before to grow into giant beasts like Triceratops.
Wow, that was impressive.
Yeah.
Wow. The first thought in my mind was just thinking about the sizes. I really like in your video there how you showed us the sort of evolution across, and especially looking at those, I think you said they were like sheep sized when we saw the eggs buried down.
Exactly today's sheep size.
Yeah. And then some of the other dinosaurs, right? They're like going to be, I can't picture it walking around on the earth today. It's just the sizing and the different evolutions is just really impressive stuff. So thank you for that. And let's get into some questions.
Yeah. That's a great question.
Yeah. All right. So here we got one from CJ on Facebook. Is the Triceratops the biggest horned dinosaur?
Actually, the answer is no, because the Triceratops is one of the very earliest discovered horned dinosaurs, and it's been the largest for many years. However, in 20th century, the people found, also in North America, found another even larger ceratopsian dinosaurs, and very close relative to Triceratops. It's called Titanoceratops. So it's like about 10 or 20% larger than Triceratops, and distribute in today's the western part of North America. So if you go to, like I mentioned, New Mexico or Utah, those places, Natural History Museum, you probably can see the reconstruction or even a real fossil of it, the Titanoceratops. However, the Triceratops is also very, very large. It's, let's say, maybe the top 5 largest ceratopsian dinosaurs.
Okay. So it's up in that upper echelon of big. So gotcha. Okay. Next question. Let's see here. How big were the Triceratops babies?
That's a very, very, very good question, because it's related to so many aspects of how we understand dinosaurs. One interesting is that, as we shown in the video, the Protoceratops, we discovered both them skeleton fossils and also the eggs, and we can easily estimate how big the babies are. However, for Triceratops, the question remained unanswered because we only found the fossil skeleton of it. Until today, we didn't find any of the fossil egg of Triceratops. So we probably don't know, but according to other ceratopsian dinosaurs, the baby of Triceratops cannot be very large. It's maybe even smaller than a puppy. I mean, the really small puppy home, because for all dinosaurs, they all lay eggs, and the dinosaur baby need to break out the egg from inside. So the egg cannot be too big. Then if the egg is too big, the baby cannot get out. So let's make a very reasonable estimate. So the baby of Triceratops is even smaller than the puppy at your home. And we don't, I mean, the point is that we don't really have fossil evidence of it. We just can estimate it and make very reasonable estimates. But I look forward to future. I mean, maybe someday we find some really good baby Triceratops fossils.
Yeah, and like I said, coming out of the video, right? I mean, you're telling me that the baby's going to be the size of a puppy, and now we're growing into something that's the size of a limousine. I mean, the amount of food, and I think this might be leading into our next question here. How and why did the dinosaurs die, right? So I'm imagining there's going to be, or maybe from my understanding, there's something to do with how big they are and how much food they're eating. But let's hear from the expert on what happens with the dinosaurs.
Yeah, and that's a very good question, because they are just like so many dinosaurs were living on Earth. Like today, we have already discovered and named about more than 1,000, I guess about 2,000 dinosaur species.
Whoa!
And they distributing a really long time span, about 160 million years. Let me say it in another way. So the time span between ourselves and T-Rex, okay, T-Rex living in the late Cretaceous, is even smaller than the time span between T-Rex and Stegosaurus. Wow. So the question is so big, and if you refer to the mass extinction in late Cretaceous, now I say the mostly accepted and the best supported hypothesis for the extinction of dinosaurs was the asteroid hitting on the Mexico today, the Yucatan Peninsula. And that creates the big tsunami and global climate change, and that lead to the dinosaur extinction in late Cretaceous. However, for even earlier dinosaurs living in the Triassic and Jurassic, they have many reasons to die and many reasons to extinction. And fortunately, one lineage of dinosaurs still survived after the mass extinction happening in late Cretaceous 66 million years ago. They gradually evolve into today's birds. That's why paleontologists always say, okay, birds are dinosaurs.
Right.
And yeah, I think probably that's it for the answer for the question.
That is a mind blower to think that in terms of time, we're closer to a T-Rex than the T-Rex was to the, I mean, that's a mind blower. Wow. You're okay. Let's get to David's question here. Zach, stop freaking out about the fact in the timeline here. Okay. My kids want to know, how strong were the bones? There seems to be a lot of cracks and breaks on the one shown. Take it away.
Okay. So, if you have some cracks on the bone, this does not really mean the bone is not strong, because every fossil you have seen, I mean, it's not actually or not precisely represent what these animals look when they were still alive. Because imagine this skull, it has so many, like, you could take a closer look, it has buried on the underground for like tens of millions of years.
Right.
Nobody knows what's happening during the process. And another problem for dinosaurs, I may say, actually dinosaur bones is not as strong as human bones for most dinosaurs. That's kind of mind-blowing, because dinosaurs we found in both fossil evidence and today's birds, they have a structure called air sac, and that makes their bones look hollow from inside. So the first one is to enhance the thermal regulation and also the gas circulation through the body. And the second is that to lower the body weight, because so many dinosaurs so big, you cannot really imagine how this animal can walk when they're still alive. Like Triceratops and sauropods, and counting that bone structure, so those animals are actually look lighter than people used to estimate. Like, let's say, go back to the 2030s, 2070s, 2080s, and I mean, sorry, 1980s, 1970s.
Right. Yep.
So generally speaking, the dinosaurs' bones are not as strong as mammal bones, and humans are mammals. We don't we are not that giant, so we don't need to light our weight. So actually, if you count proportionally, we can support more weights than dinosaurs.
So when we're looking at that fossil right here that you have, that, you know, I think to speak to, I believe it was David's question, right? So that's been put together, correct? I mean, could you show us again that the skull there? I mean, that didn't,
Right.
am I right to assume that that didn't come out of the ground in one piece?
Yeah, and you could see there, like, you see the nasal structure, there's so many cracks here, and
right.
It used to be so many pieces, and the preparator put them all together.
And created what we're looking at when we see the skull.
Yeah, totally.
Beautiful. Okay, very nice. I think I saw one. Okay, here we go. Horned dinosaurs are herbivores. What kind of dinosaurs may be predating or predating on them?
Yeah, so obviously carnivore dinosaurs.
Right.
And as we mentioned, let's say the Triceratops, the T-Rex maybe predates on them. And one fossil evidence is like so significant to answer this question. Not we, but some paleontologists discovered in Mongolia. It's a Protoceratops with a Velociraptor, two whole skeleton intertwined together. And the Velociraptor's mouth is on the neck of the Protoceratops. And one of the Velociraptor's hind limb, the leg, was in the Protoceratops' mouth. It's kind of like the Protoceratops was struggling to defend the Velociraptor, and somehow probably their encounter sensed the sandstorm, and they were trapped together after many years of discovered by. But there are like some hypotheses, but personally, I believe they were predating, they were attacking the Protoceratops and somehow died together. So mostly the giant and to medium to giant carnivore dinosaurs were predating Ceratopsian dinosaurs if they lived in the same time and the same place. And also some smaller carnivore dinosaurs, like a family we call dromaeosaurids, some of them are really small, can probably eat the, if the Ceratopsian was dead, and they can probably eat on the body and on them, we call scavenger, so not predating. And so generally, many of the carnivore dinosaurs have the possibility to predate on Ceratopsian dinosaurs.
Okay. That's quite a discovery, I would imagine, with that. What you described, like, you know, you like, okay, so what would but then you get to see it right there as you're uncovering that fossil of them being basically intertwined together. All right, let's see here from Robert. How do you bring the fossils you found into the museum? So I guess how does AMNH or the American Museum of Natural History get the fossils that some of those we saw in the film being presented in that way?
Yeah, so basically, I think there are like 3 revenues. The first one is from expedition, we call field trip, and besides last year was during the pandemic.
Sure.
The museum have tens of expedition all over the world. Our group goes to Mongolia and Romania, and many other groups go to South America, Asia, Africa, other parts of United States, Canada, those places. And depends on how whoever owns the land, we have some agreements. And if the landowner agree, we can bring the fossil back to the museum. And somehow we bring them back temporarily. Somehow we bring them permanently. And that's the first revenue. And the second one is from private collectors' donation. If you go to the museum, you could see many collection have somebody's name on it. So that's the private collection goes back to the last century, and many very generous donate their private collection to the museum. And the third one is we borrow them, including the fossils and other kinds of collections from other museums or other scientist institutes, and borrow them for the research here. And for example, for most of the Protoceratops, we actually do not own them. We somehow borrow them from Mongolia, the National Science Academy, and we have some agreements. And but let's say in 5 years, some of the fossils will return to Mongolia where they have been discovered and be exhibited or be studied. in their own research institutes. Okay.
Do they have to be like, I'm imagining them flying on planes. Do they have to be protected in some sort of like, climate controlled environment, or just a special, very secure piece of luggage that's going to make sure, of course, no damage is happening to it as it's going? Like, so.
Yeah, totally. So always packing and unpacking is a pain now.
I would imagine. Yeah, very diligent, very hard work and very focused work to ensure that it's going to be secure there, right, as it's going. Right.
Yeah, totally.
Hard work. Let's see what we've got here from Lifetime Snow. Before dinosaurs were extinct, where did they live?
I mean, literally everywhere.
Everywhere.
Because in like all 7 continents on Earth, we discovered dinosaur fossils, even in Antarctica. I mean, however, back to the dinosaur age, they were northern, south, and northern codes. And also, I don't know this for sure, but in the 50 states of the United States, probably every state has discovered its own like dinosaur species.
Yep.
I mean, see, let me check it again, but I would say more than 40 of them. They definitely have dinosaurs, no matter where. Probably for those like really small states, like Rhode Island, they don't have, but at least 40 of the states have their own dinosaurs, and all over the world. So you could see dinosaur paleontology working all over the world.
Right. A global process.
Yes.
All right. So our last question here: where in the United States can we find horned dinosaur fossils?
I may say the answer is in New York City. The answer is no, because back to the Cretaceous, the United States was divided in mostly 2 parts. The part we call Laramida and Appalachian. So Appalachian was the name of the giant mountains, right?
Yep.
And they were dividing the western interior seaway. And in today's, let's say, Montana and Utah, and you could definitely tell by the name of like Salt Lake City, imagine how the Salt Lake was originated. And so on the western part of the United States, so mostly New Mexico, Utah, Montana, and Washington, those places, you have high chance to discover horned dinosaur fossils. But on the east side, I may say currently the answer is no. And but we look in the future, let's say probably you cannot really expect what fossil you could discover in the future.
Sure. Very interesting how geography would influence. It makes perfect sense to me when you say it. Yeah, but I didn't think that huge mountain ranges or waterways or whatever could possibly limit where sort of migration or movement could occur. So thank you so much. This has been a fantastic program today. Guys, thank you so much for your great questions in the chat. We will be seeing Kanyu again. Kanyu, any parting thoughts before we go?
Yes, thank you, Zach, and thank you for all the audience. And my pleasure to present you anything of dinosaurs.
Well,
good day.
Thank you. We will, as Kids Week kicks off, and I'm sure that some of our viewers here, perhaps after taking a visit to the Intrepid, will be making their way up to see you and to see some of those fossils.
Yeah, no problem. Welcome to the AMNH.
Have a great afternoon. Until next time. Wow, guys, I really enjoyed that program. I hope everyone did as well. Mind-blowing stuff. I certainly don't know as much as I need to know about dinosaurs, but Kanyu certainly educated me, and I'm looking forward to learning a bit more on some of those horned dinosaurs we learned a little bit about today. Now, we're about ready to move into our next presentation. Before we do, I just wanted to talk a little bit about some virtual programs and some education programs that happen on board and virtually at Intrepid. So at the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum, we offer virtual programs for groups with students in grades kindergarten through 12, learning pods, homeschool groups, after-school programs, groups of all ages, and more. So as you can see, it's a very wide-ranging, diverse group of programs that we can offer to students of all ages and abilities. These programs are specifically tailored to different age levels and different grade levels, and we can also modify them for groups that include any students with any sort of disabilities or learning challenges. So if you guys are interested in learning any more about these education programs and what we have to offer, please make your way over to intrepidmuseum.org/education, and you can sign up there for some of the different programs we have, and of course, learn more information. Now, as we think about some of these education programs, of course, I'm going to be introducing us to one of my colleagues at the museum Franz Lucian, and Franz is going to actually share with us one of these programs. Today we have high flying design, discussing the parts of a plane and how nature influences shape and design. So remember, guys, today our theme, of course, safari and nature. So as we're thinking about the design of a plane, or how we get actually something flying up in the sky, let's think a little bit about how nature might influence that and can ultimately help a designer to understand how we could maybe perhaps fly a little bit better. Now, that program is going to be starting up here in just about 5 or 6 minutes. So let me just check out how things are going on with our presenter, and I'll be back joining you guys very shortly. All right, my friends, we are back. I hope everyone enjoyed the brief break there. Now, without further ado, let's hand things over to museum educator and my good friend Franz Lucian as he takes us on a high-flying design.
Hey, what's up, Zach?
Hey, buddy.
Great to see you. It's so sad that I don't get to see you walking around the ship these days, but it's great to see you today.
This is a good little middle ground. If we can't be on board together, at least we're celebrating Kids Week and having some fun together virtually from our various apartments and places around the city. So
it works.
We're getting it done. So I hear you have a little bit on high flying design today. I'm popping off, man. You're taking it from here. So
awesome. Well, thank you so much for having me, Zach. Hello, everyone. I'd like to welcome you guys to Intrepid's educational programming for today. My name is Franz. I'm a museum educator at the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. So thank you all so much for joining us. We look forward to hearing your questions and your comments throughout the comments section. We're really excited for that. If you guys are interested in helping us create more programming like this and keeping this programming going, you guys can find more information of how to get involved at intrepidmuseum.org, right? But today, we're going to be talking about high-flying design. Specifically, we're going to be talking about flying. Now, we can't be on the ship, unfortunately, today, but we can virtually be there with video, right? So what I'm going to do is actually show you guys a kind of a walkthrough of being through the Intrepid so we can actually see this stuff firsthand, okay? So this here is the Intrepid, right? And this is the first thing, one of the first things you'd see if you came to visit the Intrepid. Now, for those who are watching and aren't familiar with this, the Intrepid itself is a museum, but it's a special museum. It's a museum that actually is on a ship, right? A large aircraft carrier, right? That's actually what you see there on the window in the back there. But right in front of it, you have this model of the Intrepid. And if you guys have ever been to the Intrepid, you can let us know in the chat. Also, if you've ever been to the Intrepid, you can let everyone know what this is made out of, all right? So I want you guys to let us know in the comments. Also, before we begin our journey today, I just want everyone, if you have it available, that's great. If you don't, that's okay. You can do it later. I just want everyone to, if you would like to do a fun activity at the end of the program, to go grab a sheet of paper and a pair of scissors. If you don't have the scissors, that's okay. We can get around that. But you want to just have one regular sheet of paper, 8.5 by 11. Make sure you don't need it, so no homework or anything like that. But you want to get a regular sheet of paper and some scissors, okay? So we're going to do some fun thing at the end of it, all right? Now, in the chat, you guys can let us know what this is made out of. But this model that we see here is actually made entirely out of Legos. 250,000 Lego pieces. So many Lego pieces that here at the Intrepid, we call that a lot of Legos, right? Now, this is important to make it this, to look like this and make it this size because the Intrepid itself was massive, over 913 feet long. So long that if you took the ship and you could magically stand it up on its end, it'd almost be as tall as a New York City skyscraper. So long that it's almost about 3 football fields long. And if you actually took the Intrepid and measured the length, the width, and the height, you'd notice that it's actually bigger than the Titanic was, right? So the Intrepid is massive. Now, the Intrepid was made back in 1943. It served in 3 wars, World War II, Vietnam, and the Cold War. But in 1982, it was retired. In 1974, it was retired. In 1982, it became the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. So what we're looking at right now is the Intrepid as a museum. Now, as we walk through the museum today, we're going to see different exhibitions or different things that you can see that tell you a little bit about Intrepid's history, Intrepid's time in service, and the people who served on Intrepid. So that's actually what we're going to do first. We're going to talk about those very, very important people that flew the planes. You guys can let me know what we call those people in the chat, all right? So in order to talk about these people, we have to first go over to some chairs because these chairs are very important. Now, when you look at these chairs, if you guys are watching with your friends or your family members, I want you guys to take a look at these chairs and let everyone know what your favorite one is, right? Which one looks the most interesting? And here, I'll kind of zoom in a little bit so we can see it a little bit better. Let us know which ones you think might be the most interesting chair, right? And so once you guys figure that out, we can actually talk a little bit about the chairs. And I see someone in the chat let me know what we call those people who fly the planes are called. We call them pilots, right? So we're going to talk a little bit about the pilots. Now, this chair here is very interesting, or these sets of chairs are very interesting. These are ready room chairs, right? And as you can see at the bottom, these have a space to hold things. There used to be desks on them, but this is what made ready room chairs so important, right? If we look at this picture, we can see pilots, people who would fly these planes sitting in these chairs. And you might notice that they have these goggles on their head, on their helmets there. They have helmets on. They have life vests on as well. And they're sitting there and they're all looking at the same place, right? And that's because the pilot ready room was a place where pilots got the information for their missions, right? It was almost like a classroom. It's almost like a locker room as well for them. And that's why these chairs look so comfortable, because we want to have the pilot sitting in a comfortable seat before they get into their planes, right? So this chair was important because it tells us a little bit something about the pilots. Now, once aviators and pilots got into their planes, then the fun started happening, right? They started flying around and doing all this stuff, right? But sometimes dangerous things could happen, like, for instance, your wing. Something happens to your wing, and you need to leave your plane. Now, a long time ago, you guys can let me know what they use now to get out of planes. But a long time ago, what they would do is they would pop the canopy, which is the glass case over your head. They would pop that off. They would climb out onto the wing and jump off. Now, luckily, these pilots would have parachutes, right? And these parachutes will come out and slow them down. But sometimes if the plane was still moving forward, the parachute could get caught into the plane's tail or the wings. And that's not good for the pilot. So they invented something special. They invented this chair here. This is the Martin Baker ejection seat. And the ejection seat is important because it allows pilots to leave their planes safely, or in a more safe manner, right? Now, how does this work? Well, you're going to pull on one of these black and yellow handles right there on the top, and you're going to be jettisoned from your plane. As you can see, this pilot here is as well. The pilot's being shot out of this plane with explosives at the bottom of the chair, going right through the canopy, but clearing the plane completely, right? And this is important, as I said, in order for pilots to get out of their planes safely, all right? Now, out of all these chairs, there's one more chair that I really want to show you guys. And it might not look like a chair, but I guarantee you it is a chair. This is called the Highline chair. A very interesting chair, because once you land in the water as a pilot, sometimes you're going to be swimming around, you're going to have your life vest on, you're going to be floating in the water, but sometimes the Intrepid wasn't around to pick you up, or the ship that you belong to wasn't around to pick you up. So you got picked up by a friendly ship. And so you need a way to get from one ship to another. So they created the Highline chair. The Highline chair works like this. At the very top of this chair, you might have seen this hole right here where this kind of wire is holding it up, right? That hole would have a wire going through it that connects two ships. It's almost like if I used this wire here, so you guys can see. It's almost like if I use this wire here, right? And this wire is attached to one ship and two ships, right? And so the ship can basically be ferried across, so that way you can go to your home ship. But not everything was so easy on the Intrepid, right? Now, the Intrepid being an aircraft carrier, it usually had the best food: steak, pancakes, anything you can think of. And of course, lots and lots and lots of ice cream. If you all like ice cream, in the comments, you can let me know what your favorite flavor is, and we can talk about whether or not they had that on Intrepid, right? But the other ships knew that the Intrepid, like an aircraft carrier, had lots of food, right? So, lots of ice cream. So they would say, hey, if you want your pilot back safe and sound, you have to send over ice cream first, almost like a ransom, right? The Intrepid didn't like this. So what they decided to do was they took bars of soap and they shaved the soap into the ice cream, mixed it up, and sent it over for a nasty surprise, right? The other ship didn't like this. So they decided to get back at the Intrepid. And the way they did was they took their ship and moved it closer to the Intrepid. Now, if this wire is taut, right, very, very straight like this, and one ship just slightly moves closer to the other, you can start to see what happens. Here, I'll show you all again. If one ship starts to move closer to the other one, the wire starts to sag. And whoever's sitting in that seat gets dunked in the nasty, salty seawater several times, which doesn't sound like a lot of fun, right? So I see some flavors. Oh, I see vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, cookies and cream. I like that one too. So before we continue, ladies and gentlemen, we talked a little bit about those chairs. Before we talk about the planes, are there any questions? Do you guys have any questions about those chairs? So how many people served on Intrepid? That's a great question. 3,200 sailors served on Intrepid, right? So that's a lot of people. So many people that the Intrepid was considered an airport at sea. Now, as time continued and aircraft carriers got bigger, more people started being packed on these ships. And actually ships nowadays, aircraft carriers now, the Ford class, estimated about 5,000 people. So even though the Intrepid had a lot of people, the ships now have a lot more. So what's the green and black chair on the far end? Okay, cool. So if we actually look here, we might be able to snag a view. Oh, by the way, this is what it looked like, the Highline chair in service. So you can see here being strung between two ships. But there was a black chair that was next to the Highline chair that we really, let's see if we can see it a little bit better here. If we rewind time a bit, might be able to snag a view of it right over here. This chair right here actually happens to be the dentist chair because they needed dental work here on the ship. And it's an important chair because it tells you how often or how long people were on the ship. And they would have been on the ship for about 6 to 9 months. You need to get your teeth cleaned and looked at every 6 months. So that's why they had a dentist aboard the Intrepid, right? And let's see, maybe we can get one more question. How many planes fit on Intrepid? Well, Intrepid during World War II would have had 100 airplanes between this main area and the area on top of the ship. All right, great questions. All right, so now it's time to take a little bit of a look at our planes, right? So right over here, we have my favorite airplane here at the museum, right? One of the reasons why this is my favorite airplane is because of its name. I'm a big superhero fan. So this shares its name with a very famous group of superheroes called the Avengers, right? So this plane is called the Avenger airplane. It's the oldest airplane in our collection from World War II, right? And when we look at the Avenger, it looks like an airplane, right? You have a lot of noticeable things. You see the wheels, right? You see the wings. You might notice that the wings look a little broken, right? You see this propeller, right? Let's talk about those wings. You all can write in the chat why you think the wings look like this, why you think the wings might look broken, and if you think that it's done on purpose, right? Down here, we have a torpedo because this is a torpedo bomber, right? But more importantly, we have this thing that turns in the front, right? This plane is gigantic, right? It is old, right? Now, this plane has these wings that are folded. And these wings are foldable so that way you can fit more planes in the space, right? As I said before, the Intrepid would have 100 planes on it during World War II, 100 planes just like the Avenger. And if you want to fit as many planes as you can, you make it so that the wings are able to fold. It's almost like if you're folding clothes and you're putting it in a drawer, right? You fold as many clothes as you can to put it in the drawer so you can fit as much as you can. So that's what the planes here, that's why their wings are folded, right? Now, the Avenger, as I said before, has these propellers, right? And so what we're going to do now, ladies and gentlemen, is talk a little bit about how we can get these planes up into the sky, right? Because I'm not sure about you all, but when I look up and I see these gigantic airplanes, I wonder to myself, how can they fly, right? And what about it allows them to fly? And believe it or not, we got all of our thoughts about planes from birds in nature, right? Now, the first thing I want to point out is someone pointed this out in the comments here. Someone said that this plane is huge and it is gigantic, right? And this brings us to our first force of flight. Ladies and gentlemen, there's 4 that we're going to talk about. The first force of flight that we're going to talk about is the force that brings us down. Let us know what that is in the chat. Let us know if you know what that force is. The force that brings everything down to the ground, right? This force is very important. And this force also on this planet is pretty much measured by weight. The heavier you are, the more this force acts on you. And this force is gravity, right? So gravity brings everything down, and the heavier you are, the more gravity works on you, right? So the Avenger itself, it's over 27,000 pounds. It is gigantic. So it's heavy, and it's going to take some effort to get it off the ground. Now, the second force, but the first of the very important ones of force is called thrust. And you guys can try this at home. You can put your fist on your hand. This is how I kind of like to demonstrate thrust. So we push forward this way. Thrust is that forward motion. Thrust is like when we run on the pavement and we push our feet off the ground, we're thrusting ourselves forward, right? Now, how is thrust seen on an airplane like this? Well, if you look at the propellers, you might notice that these propellers are almost twisted, right? And that's being done on purpose. Now, if you are all at home, you can try to do this at home. You guys can kind of mime what it looks like to swim, right? So when you swim, you might put your arms in front of you. You might push the water back. You might put one arm in front of you and this arm, right? You may do one of these, right? But when we're swimming, right, we're pushing water, and we're pushing water backward, and that's thrusting us forward. There was a really, really smart guy. His name was Isaac Newton. He's the guy with the apple, hit him in the head, gravity, right? He also posed this law of motion. He said, for every action, there's an equal but opposite reaction. So when we see this plane and we see the propeller spinning around, the slants in the propeller, it's actually going to be pushing and forcing air toward the back of the plane. This in turn causes the plane to move the opposite way, forward, generating thrust. And that's how planes are able to pull themselves forward on the runway and generate a lot of speed moving forward, right? So what about other planes here at the Intrepid, right? Because like we're talking about this big clunky airplane here, the Avenger, but these are not the only types of planes or aircraft that actually took off from Intrepid. The Intrepid also used jet-powered planes. And so that's what we're going to look at now as we leave the Avenger behind a bit. Oops, sorry. We're going to leave the Avenger behind a bit, and we're going to go down here to check out my friend, the Fury. Once again, if you're as big as a superhero nerd as I am, you see the funny behind the Fury being next to the Avenger. Nick Fury, the Avengers, right? But the Fury itself is a jet-powered plane. And looking at it immediately, you notice that it's missing something. It doesn't have something that the Avenger has. And that's that really big nose in the front, right? That propeller. But instead, what jet planes are going to use are intakes, right? So if you look right here, this thing that looks like a mouth almost acts like a mouth. It breathes in all the air in front of it, right? Then what it does is it takes that air, it compresses it, pushes it all together, right? Adds jet fuel. They add jet fuel to it. It gets ignited in the middle and comes out the back as fire, right? Comes out the back as a lot of fire. And this gives you thrust. Right? So we're going to create thrust a little bit differently on the Fury than we're going to do on the Avenger, right? But if we look at the Fury looks a lot different than the Avenger. And I want to ask you all this question in the chat. I want you guys to let me know which plane you think is faster. Do you think the Fury is faster, right? Or do you think the Avenger is faster? And in the chat, just to make this easier, if you think the Fury is faster, just write the number 1. If you think the Avenger is faster, just write the number 2, okay? So which one do you think is faster, the Fury or the Avenger, right? So I see some ones. I see lots of ones. I also see someone writing in the chat that the Fury is faster because it's smaller, right? Awesome. I'm seeing lots of ones. Good job, guys. And this was not a trick question. The Fury is faster. But the reason why the Fury is faster is not only because it's smaller, it's for our third force of flight, right? This is the force that pushes you back. And I like to demonstrate this one by acting like I'm dragging something across the floor. So you can just act like you're dragging a bag across the floor. But the third force of flight is drag. And this is the force that's actually going to push us back. You may have experienced drag before. If you've ever been in a car on a nice breezy day, roll down the window and put your hand out to feel the breeze. I'm not telling anyone to do that. So if you've never done that before, don't go sticking your arm out windows. But if you've ever tried it, you might notice that when you put your arm out the window, your arm gets pushed back. And that's because as the wind, or as the air is there and you're driving through it, the air is actually pushing against your arm and actually makes your arm kind of hard to push forward. But then if you take your arm and you kind of make it straight in the air, you might notice that you kind of cut through the air. Now, this is because you're reducing the drag. You're making yourself more aerodynamic, right? And that's exactly what the Fury is doing. The Fury is more aerodynamic than the Avenger. You all can write in the comments what the Fury looks like, right? What's the shape looks like of the Fury compared to the Avenger, right? If we look at the Avenger again, the Avenger has all of these like things to get in the way of the air, whereas the Fury is kind of sleek, right? Right, so drag has all to do with the shape of the plane, right? If your plane kind of looks like the Fury, it's going to cut through the air a lot better. If your plane looks like the Avenger, it's going to be clunky and run into things and run into air all around it, right? A lot of people say that the Fury kind of looks like a fish, right? Or it's kind of like sleek and streamlined, right? And that allows it to cut through the air the fastest, right? So we just talked about three forces of flight, right? The force that brings us down, gravity. The force that pushes us forward, thrust. The force that pushes us back, drag. Now it's time to talk about the other direction that we haven't talked about, right? We did forward, we did back, we did down. Now we have to talk about going up. And this last one is called lift, right? And lift, it has all to do with what you're going to see on the wings, right? So let's go over and check out the wings here of the Fury. Now, the wings are folded, but I want you all to view this red shape here as a cross section of the plane's wing. So most of the plane's wing looks like this shape. And you all can describe the shape to me in the comments, what you think it looks like, right? What you think this red distinctive shape looks like here. This shape here, it's called an airfoil, right? And the airfoil is very, very important, right? You need an airfoil in order to fly a plane like the Fury. Now, a lot of people say that the airfoil shape kind of looks like a sideways teardrop. Some folks in the chat are saying that it looks like half of a heart, which is very appropriate since yesterday was Valentine's Day. Right, it does look like half of a heart. It looks very slopey, right? It looks like a slope. Some people say it looks like a ramp, right? This shape is important, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to explain this in two different ways. The first way is the very scientific way. Now, if you can imagine that air is being split on the top part, so as this is going through the air, we have air hitting the front of this shape, and then right over the top part, air is moving very quickly. But underneath the wing, at the very bottom part of the wing, the air is moving slowly. It's almost like the air at the top is running downhill. When you run downhill, you run faster, right? So because of the differences in speed, the top part moving quickly, the bottom part moving slowly, you have a difference in pressure. And the pressure at the bottom is high. And high pressure always wants to go to low pressure. So the faster you go, the more air you have going over the wing and under the wing, the more difference in pressure, the more the bottom air wants to push up on the wing. So you get lift based off of going fast through the air, right? Now, the way that I like to think of this is, imagine, since we've figured out that a lot of us like ice cream in this group, right? Let's talk about ice cream. Let's say there's two lines to get your ice cream, right? Line 1 has 100 people in it. Line 2 has 0. Which line would you wait in to get your ice cream? Would you wait in line 1 with 100 people, or would you go to line 2 where you are the only person in line? You guys can let me know, 1 or 2, right? But you're probably going to say line 2, right? Because if you go to line 2, you get your snacks really quickly, right? You get your ice cream really quickly. But what's everyone from line 1 going to do once they see that you got your ice cream quickly from line 2? they're going to move over to line 2, right? They're going to move right over, right? So that's what the air wants to do, right? The air at the top of the airfoil here, right? The air at the top is that line 2 with nobody in it moving quickly. But the air at the bottom is line 1, and line 1 wants to go up to line 2. So it pushes up on the wing. Now, how can we see this? Let's see this in action, right? So at the museum, I actually do this demonstration using some really interesting things. This is me kind of miming what actually happened. But we can see this principle is called Bernoulli's principle. Daniel Bernoulli was a really smart scientist, and he discovered that when you have this difference in pressure, you can have planes fly in the sky. So here I have this beach ball, right? And in this video, this beach ball is over a stream of moving air, right? So this is creating that difference in pressure. So because we have that difference in pressure, this beach ball can levitate in the air, right? But even more so, I can tilt the fan about 45 degrees, and the beach ball still stays in the stream of air. Because as I said before, we're creating two different forms of air that keeps it in there. Now, also, the air is going around the ball, keeping it kind of in an envelope, right? So the ball doesn't really fall. And then, just for make it look cool, I can show you that there's no strings attached to this balloon. Now, that's how we're going to get something up into the sky. The faster you move, the more thrust you have, the more lift you're going to create, right? And then the more drag you create, the more you're going to slow down and gravity is going to take over so you can land, right? So it's really, really important to have all 4 of these if you want to take off and if you want to land safely, right? Now, planes don't just go up, down, forward, and back, right? Planes can do really cool things in the sky. If you've ever seen something like the Blue Angels, you see that they do all these cool tricks, right? So how do they do that? Well, that's all to do with these flaps that you see here on the wings. And we'll describe these, and we'll explain these. So here on the wing, we have what's called the aileron, right? The aileron means little wing. And this is in French, right? It's a French word that means little wing. And these are flaps on the wings that control something called your roll. Now, I like to demonstrate your roll like this. You guys can take your hand, point your fingertips forward. And what you're going to do is go like this. This motion is your roll. So moving those flaps on your wings controls this motion, right, of your plane. If you think of my thumb here being one plane wing and then my pinky being the other plane wing, goes like this, right? This is that roll motion. Next, we go to the back part of the plane. This is me demonstrating that too, right? If we go to the back part of the plane here, we can see that there are these flaps on the back of the wing, on the back of the tail, right? And we call these our elevators because they control how the nose goes, right? If the nose goes up or down like this. And this is controlling your pitch, right? So this is your roll and this is your pitch. And these are controlled by your elevators. And now we have one more motion to talk about. And this is how we do the third motion. And it has all to do with the tail back here as well, but more specifically, the yellow part of the tail that's up here with the black stars. This is your rudder. And your rudder controls what's called your yaw. And that motion is you taking your hand and moving it left and right like this, right? And this controls which direction your nose is pointing left and right by the rudder. And when we do this, we can have our planes do some really cool tricks in the sky, right? And we'll talk about that a little bit later. But before we continue, I want to open the floor up to see if there's any questions about those 4 forces of flight or any questions of anything that we've been going through so far. Are Avengers still flown in the Navy today? So that big blue plane, unfortunately, they are not still flown in the Navy. They're a little bit obsolete. They don't really use them too much anymore. But after they were used as torpedo bombers during World War II, in later years, they were used as firefighter planes. So those bomb bay doors that you saw that had the torpedo, they would open up and it would drop out water to put out forest fires. So it had another use of practicality, which is really cool. Any other questions? How many people fit in the Avenger? Well, they fit, the Avenger fits about 3 people. That's 3 people. There's one person sitting in the cockpit, and there's some person sitting in the back in what's called the turret gunner for protection of the plane. And then there's one other person sitting inside of what's called the operator room. And that's the person that does like the radar and radio operations. So 3 people can fit on the Avenger. All right. And maybe we could use one more. Oh, there it is. Do we still use propeller planes? Yes, we do still use propeller planes. There's still a need for those planes. A lot of the personal passenger planes like Cessnas and things like that, those are propeller planes and they still work just as well. Jet powered planes, though, just happen to have more power, and a little bit more efficient, and can do a lot more. So we have more jets than we have propeller powered planes, but we still use propeller powered planes as well. All right. So now it's time to go upstairs, right? To go see what probably everyone's really excited about seeing. And it's usually what a lot of people are excited about seeing when they come to the Intrepid. But in order to go upstairs, we gotta go upstairs just like the planes do, right? Kind of, right? These planes would get upstairs using an aircraft elevator. And I'm gonna show you what the aircraft elevator looks like. The Intrepid used to have 3 of these that move the planes from this level upstairs to the flight deck to get them prepared to fly off, right? Now, we would move these gates here on the side, and we push the plane out, and then it'll take the planes upstairs in just 7 seconds. Today, it doesn't move that fast, but it still moves pretty efficiently, right? So let's go upstairs now, and let's check out some of the planes upstairs, and also how you would launch these planes from the Intrepid, right? So this is the flight deck. As a matter of fact, right now, what we're looking at is the Grumman Tiger, which is in the the Blue Angels colorings, right? It's painted like the Blue Angels, kind of like the stunt pilots for the Navy. But I bring you here specifically, this little tube thing here is how the magic works, right? Although the Intrepid is super long, right? 913 feet long, it's actually not that long enough to launch planes off of it safely. Most runways happen to be about thousands of feet long at airports. This runway was about 300 feet, so you didn't have too much space. So how do you launch these planes? Well, you're going to use this steam catapult, which acted a lot like a slingshot. You attached it to the bottom part of a plane, and it shot the plane off of the flight deck from 0 miles per hour to 160 miles per hour in just 2 seconds, right? So it was very, very efficient. It's still the way that we kind of get planes off of aircraft carriers now as well, right? Now, this plane here actually happens to be the slowest plane in our museum. This plane goes about 200 miles per hour, which sounds really fast, but when I show you this other plane, you'll see why it's slow. This plane is known as the Tracer. And the Tracer is really, really important because it's used to scout out ahead of the Intrepid, right? But when we look at the Tracer, we can see exactly how planes landed on Intrepid, because even though the ship isn't long enough to have planes take off, it's also not long enough to have them land safely. So you have to do it a little bit differently. And the way that you're going to do it is you're going to drop the black and white hook that you see there. You're going to drop that and catch a cable, right? And that cable is going to slow it down and stop you from the opposite 160 miles per hour to 0 miles per hour in just 2 seconds, right? Once again, by the way, I just forgot to say that this here is a radar dish at the top of the Tracer, which is the reason why they called it the hamburger, because it kind of looks like a hamburger, right? Now, so far, all these planes would have taken off from Intrepid, right? But now I want to show you guys a plane that would have never taken off from Intrepid. It's actually right over here. That black plane that you just saw, let's go over there and check that out. This black plane here is known as the A-12, which is the fastest plane. You guys look at me. The fastest plane ever built, right? This plane goes Mach 3, or 3 times faster than the speed of sound. That's over 2,100 miles per hour, right? And its job was to spy on the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Though it never really did it, that's what its purpose was. That's why it's black and sleek, right? And we can see from its shape, it's going to be very aerodynamic, right? When we talked about the Fury downstairs and how sleek it was, this is very, very sleek. It's almost very pointy, pointing through the air, cutting through the air, going very, very, very fast, right? But at the Intrepid, we not only have planes, we also have helicopters, right? And let's go inside this helicopter really quickly, right over here, right? So we can see inside the helicopter, this is a rescue helicopter known as the Sea Guardian. This would drop down into the water to save people. You can see here in the front, this is the controls of the helicopter. Now, helicopters work a little bit differently, and I'm oversimplifying this, but I think I said oversimplifying, which actually is kind of funny. But the thing that I just touched there, the thing that looks like a joystick, that's the cyclic. That controls your left, right, forward, and back motions, right? Right here is your collective. You pull up and down on that, and that controls how high or low you go on the helicopter. And then right by the feet, right there, those pedals that you see there, those are anti-torque pedals. That actually is what controls your rudder, which controls your yaw, which way your helicopter is pointing in the sky. And doing all of that, believe it or not, it's almost like tap dancing, rubbing your stomach and patting your head, right? It's very, very hard to do all of that at the same time. So helicopter pilots are very, very skilled and talented at what they do, right? There's another helicopter, a Huey, right? But then I bring you to this airplane, because this airplane kind of bridges the gap, right? This brings everything together, right? This is the Harrier jet, the Harrier jump jet. Now, helicopters are special because they can take off and land from the very same spot, right? Without a lot of forward motion, without any forward motion, right? So because of this, these aircraft are called VTOL aircraft, vertical takeoff and landing. Planes, they need to build up speed. We talk about how they need a lot of thrust, right? Well, not the Harrier jet. The Harrier jet is special. The Harrier jet's going to use these vents that you see on the side here that look like ribs. They're going to deflect it down to the ground, pushing air down, causing the Harrier to go straight up. So the Harrier is pretty special because it can take off and land from a single point. It doesn't need a long runway, right? So that's what makes the Harrier jet special, right? Now, there's one last plane that I would really like to show you guys, and then I'll take a couple of questions. But the plane that I'd like to show you, besides this one that looks like a shark, and the only reason why I'm bringing you here is because it looks like a shark, and it's one of my favorite planes. This is the Crusader, right? But behind the Crusader, off the side of the ship, we have another airplane. And this airplane, once again, would have never taken off from Intrepid, but we have it, and it's pretty cool. It's actually the largest airplane in our collection, right? This plane that you see right off to the side is known as the Concord. And the Concord is the fastest commercial jet ever built. A lot of the kids on the stream, you may not have heard of the Concord. You definitely probably didn't see one fly. They haven't flown since about 2003. But the Concord is the fastest commercial jet ever built. It can make it from London to New York. The trip normally takes you 5 hours. It could do that trip in 2 hours, 53 minutes, and 59 seconds. And actually, as a matter of fact, the plane that you're looking at right now, that plane was the one that set that record, right? That transatlantic record of going across the Atlantic Ocean. So you guys can see this one's massive, right? The different sizes cause you to fly differently and think about how you have to fly differently, right? So the design has all to do with how the plane is able to fly. Now, before we do our little activity, are there any questions? I see some questions popping up. Why don't we use the Concord anymore? That's a really good question. So we don't use the Concord anymore specifically because it's very, very expensive, and they didn't have too many people flying them. And the reason why is because a ticket on the Concord was extremely expensive, even for today's standards, right? So not too many people, only the elite of the elite in terms of money flew on the Concord, right? So it wasn't really practical, and also wasn't the safest way to travel. Now, though, we're finding out more technology and finding out more about technology. And so these planes, hopefully we'll be creating supersonic passenger planes soon so we can get to places a lot faster. Right? Is there a replacement coming from the Concord soon? I'm not sure if there's one coming from, there's definitely not one coming from the British Airways, which made the first Concord, but there are other companies that are designing different type of technologies to make supersonic passenger travel something that we can do again and make it safe as well. I think someone asked also in the chat, the comments I see that someone asked how many people can fit on the Concord. I believe the Concord could fit about 100 passengers on it. So it's a smaller airplane, but it could fit about 100 passengers. And apparently they never really packed out the planes, which is really interesting. Any other questions before we do our really cool little paper airplane thing? Oh, what happens if the pilot missed the cable for landing? That's a great question. So the Intrepid itself, when it was built, you guys can see my hand. I'll show you here. Kind of like this. This is almost like a rectangle, right? So you can imagine that the flight deck kind of like a rectangle. And this is pretty much how it first started, right? But then in later years, the Intrepid kind of got this angled flight deck, right? Which was really important. So now that flight deck kind of looks like this. So if you miss those cables, instead of landing on your back wheels first, like most planes do, you're actually going to take off at full speed again and take off the ship and come around and try it again. If you miss that 3 times, you lost your pilot's license, because that means that you had no business landing on an aircraft carrier. It's almost like if you were driving a car and you couldn't parallel park, you don't pass your driving test. You had to land on an aircraft carrier efficiently in order to do it regularly, right? So that's what would happen. Now, for the sake of time, ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to take your paper and all take your scissors, and we're going to create a really cool paper airplane. Now, in order to do this, I'm actually going to zoom in a bit so that way we can really see it. And if you guys have any questions, let me know. But follow along with me here. I put some numbers on here just to make it just a little bit easier to follow. But the first thing you're going to do is look at your sheet of paper just straight down, right? And you're going to fold it down the middle. I like to say hot dog style, because you're folding it kind of like a hot dog bun. So fold it so you make the 2 edges meet, right? And then you just make a crease down the middle, right? When you open it up, there should be a crease right down the middle. The next step, what you want to do is take the top right corner and drag it and fold it to make a small triangle, right? So you just drag it to meet the middle, right? You're going to see me do that again here with the left side. So you just drag it to meet the middle, both the left and the right side to meet in the middle. So you should have a triangle on top of a rectangle, right? Next, what you want to do is take 3, right? You're going to take the right corner where you said, so the number 3, and you want to fold that triangle down on itself to have the right side of the triangle meet the middle crease again, right? So we're folding that triangle almost in half to meet the middle crease. We're going to do the same exact thing for the left side as well. We're going to fold that down, and what you should have is something that looks like a really nice triangle, right? It should be like a really nice shaped triangle with 2 sides there and then the bottom side, right? Next, what you're going to do is fold this in half, right? So fold it hot dog style again. So now you should have a very skinny triangle, right? Right in front of you with 2 different sides. Very skinny triangle. Now what you're going to do is take either side. This is the part that's a little bit difficult. You're going to fold down one side of your plane to meet the bottom edge, right? So meet that straight edge. So you're just folding one slanted edge down to meet the straight edge. And here, I'll do that again, so that way everyone can see it here. So you're just taking the slanted edge and folding that right down to meet the straight edge. And you're going to do the same exact thing on the other side. This is us making the wings of our planes, right? So once again, fold that right down the middle to meet that straight edge, and do the same exact thing with the opposite side, right? fold that down so that way you can meet your straight edge. Now we're almost done. Your plane's actually going to fly now, which is really cool. But if you wait before you throw it, I want to show you a couple of things that you can add to make this plane do some really cool things. All right. Now on the back, if you have your scissors, if you don't have your scissors, you can use your fingers to kind of do it. You're going to take your scissors and you're going to make 2 small cuts on either of the back sides of the wing. These are going to represent our elevators and kind of our ailerons. So where they're going to control the roll and also the pitch of our plane, right? So we're going to cut 2 small slits on either side. You're going to go up probably about 1/2 inch, and you want about 1 inch between the 2 cuts, right? On either wing, right? And what I want you to do now is you can experiment with this. You can experiment with folding these flaps slightly up. You don't have to fold them too much up. You just have to kind of bend them slightly, and you might notice that the plane goes up. And then if you fold them down, you might notice that the plane goes down. And then I want you all to do at home is to fold one slightly up and one slightly down, and then see what ends up happening, right? This plane can do certain things as it flies to the sky. It can fly normally, it can go up, go down, and do some other cool things. So I want you all to experiment with this at home, all right, with your paper airplane here, all right? And so, ladies and gentlemen, if there are no more questions, I want to thank you all so much for joining me for our high-flying design program today. The Intrepid does all of these programs that you see, different types of programs like this, free of charge. Every Tuesday and Thursday, we have our Intrepid Adventures. If you are interested in joining us for this, you can find out more information at intrepidmuseum.org. We also have other free programs that you all can join us with that are all on our website, via Twitch, via YouTube, via Facebook. We're doing lots of these live streams, and we would love for you guys to join us for these future ones. So thank you all so much for joining me. And I hope you guys enjoy the rest of Kids Week.
Hey, Franz.
Hey, Zach.
Thanks for that. That was great.
No
really
problem.
Cool. I followed
you
along.
Made one? Awesome.
Of course I made one. Made my plane.
Zach made one, guys. So I hope you guys made one too.
Just before you go, I wanted to do a quick test flight. I'm going to try to throw it back by my plant back there. So let's just see, just before we say bye to Franz, I made the plane exactly how he described. I made the ailerons point down. So let's see.
Oh, let's see what happens. Oh, nice. You got some range on that one.
Not bad, Franz.
Now, an added challenge that I always ask people is because these pilots, they weren't just landing on a runway, right? They were landing on a moving one, right? And they were landing on a small one. So if you guys want to add another challenge to this, try to see if you can have your plane go up in the sky and land safely and soundly on a table or a surface that's nearby.
I definitely will. I will be videos of both my successful landings and when I had to be a bolter and fly around again.
I see what you did there, Zach.
Thank you, Franz. That was such a great presentation, and I hope you guys come back later in the week because Franz will be taking hosting over from me, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, on Wednesday.
Beautiful.
All right, bye, guys. See you later.
Bye, Franz. So, guys, as Franz mentioned, we do have a number of virtual programs being offered like that, just like that one, every week, every day throughout the week. So just make sure you drop by the website or come through, and we will be sure to welcome you aboard. Now, as we move out of Franz and get ready for our next guest, I want to just talk a little bit more about different opportunities from and with the Intrepid Museum. Did you guys know that the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum can host your next backyard campout? Operation Slumber allows you to discover what life is like on board the Intrepid from the comfort of your own home, camp style. You can enjoy different hands-on activities, interactive tours of the ship, and fun conversations with museum experts. So just go to intrepidmuseum.org/groups for more information and to turn your little backyard camp-out session into a stay right with the Intrepid Museum. Now, we've got about 10 minutes or so until we get ready for our next guest. Up next at 12 p.m., we're going to have 2x2 Zoo presenting with their Wild World of Animals. Remember, guys, safari and nature today, so we're going big. But first, before we welcome 2x2 Zoo, I'd like to show you guys a little bit of a behind-the-scenes video that we made on board the Intrepid Museum. Did you know that one of the USS Intrepid's propellers weighed approximately the same as 10 Honda Civics? I gotta get the AMNH back in here. We'll talk about Triceratops and how many Triceratops would that propeller weigh, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's learn more. Check out this video about Intrepid's propellers.
Hey guys, I'm Becky, and today we're here for an Intrepid Minute. We're going to be talking about this propeller here behind me. It's one of 4 propellers used on Intrepid, and it's 31 years of service, all the way from 1943 to 1974. As you can tell, it is massive. It weighs roughly about 27,000 pounds, which is roughly about 10 Honda Civics or so. Now, the power plant on Intrepid that was pushing it through the water produced roughly about 150,000 pounds of horsepower, and that could make Intrepid really move. Now, to size comparison, Intrepid's roughly about the size of the Chrysler building in terms of its height, and this was cutting through the water at 32 knots with the use of this propeller. So that is about 37 miles per hour or so. Even modern carriers today, even though they're a lot bigger and mostly they're just a lot heavier than Intrepid, they still move about the same speed as Intrepid did 75 years ago. Thank you guys for spending some time with us today. I hope you come back for the next Intrepid Minute.
All right, guys, you can't see me, but just know that in about 10 minutes or so, we'll be welcoming our guests from 2x2 Zoo. So take a quick break. Oh, here I am. Take a quick break, have a moment, and we'll be right back soon with meeting some of those wonderful animals. Hey guys, I'm seeing some questions in the chat about this, the last class today. No, we've got a few more. We'll be going until 3 p.m. today. So up next, 2x2 Zoo and more to come. All right, everyone, welcome back. Hope everyone had a good break. I tried to do some flying of my paper airplane, but I did not have any successful landings. So please don't tell Franz about that on Wednesday when he's hosting. Just don't tell him about Zach's failed flights. Okay, hope everyone had a little bite of lunch, a little break time, because we're ready to jump in with Heather and 2x2 Zoo. So goodbye to Zach. Welcome to Zoo. Let's see those animals. Take it away.
Hi. Thanks, Zach. Well, we are so excited to be back with the Intrepid for Kids Week. My name is Heather, and along with my daughter Jessica, we own and operate 2x2. Well, what is 2x2? Well, we're actually located in New York State. It's our 26th year, and it is a traveling animal education program. And we take animals that have been rescued or donated or voluntarily placed, for USDA licensed, and we take the animals and we give them a purpose. They become animal ambassadors, and we travel to schools and we do camps and we do scouts and libraries with our conservation programs. But we're also, which you probably don't know, we're also known for our kindness programs. And we bring animals to preschools and schools, and we promote kindness. And we also have enrichment programs that are dear to our heart. We work with the special needs communities. So 26 years of many different types of animals, and we are so excited. We've brought a few for you today. We probably try to bring some more exotic animals. Do not make a great pet. Nonetheless, we're going to start out with something that you would find in North America. And this is an alligator. Look at those teeth. This is a North American alligator. His name is Squirmy. And actually, he's about 3 years old. You see, you wouldn't think that 3 years old, they would only be this size, but alligators really don't grow that fast. They grow half a foot to a foot a year. So let's talk about Squirmy and where he's from. Well, he's a North American alligator. He's in the crocodilian family, but you would find him mostly in the Southeast United States, or actually everywhere from North Carolina now all the way down to Texas. Yeah, that's pretty amazing. They're freshwater. And the difference between a crocodile and an alligator is the snout. You see, an alligator has a rounded snout, and a crocodile has like a V-shaped snout. And an alligator, when their jaws close, you can only see the top teeth. The jaw kind of hides the bottom teeth. Well, this alligator, yes, is a reptile, cold-blooded. What does that mean? Well, it takes the temperature of the air. You see, it has to find its heat source, which is the sun. So a typical day in the life of this alligator, you would find him basking on a bank looking for the sun. He has scoots on his back and scales, and that actually helps as a solar panel. It actually helps to heat up his body and digest his food. He sleeps the day while you see they are nocturnal, which means they are awake at night and they sleep during the day. Now, Squirmy here is actually pretty warm because we have him under the heat lamps and things like that. But during the day, after he basks in the sun, he slept the day away, the sun goes down and it gets dark out. Well, he slips into the water. You see, he needs to find something to eat. He is a carnivore, which is a meat eater. So he'll feast on snakes and he'll feast on fish and all different types of things. The bigger the alligator, the bigger the animals. He'll actually do birds and things. Now, alligators are amazing. They have this really long tail, very powerful. And if you can see, I'm holding on really tight because this tail is really powerful. Everybody worries about the mouth, which you should, but the tail is what they use actually to knock the prey down. Now, in the water, they can go up to 20 miles per hour. How amazing is that? Look at those teeth. Did you know alligators have about 80 teeth in their mouth, 40 in the top and 40 in the bottom? But over their lifetime, they might have up to 2,000. You see, when their teeth fall out, they get replaced, and they're translucent. Pretty amazing. Now, an alligator has so much power to come down with his jaw, almost 2,000 pounds of pressure per square inch, but not enough to come back up. You actually can hold his mouth down with your fingers like that. Pretty amazing. One of the things I wanted to show you that's really neat, you really don't get that close up to an alligator. Can you see those eyes? Well, you see, they actually have two eyelids, well, actually a third. They have an eyelid for the sun. I'll turn them upside down so you can see. That's the sun, right? And then when they go into the water, they drop that down and they have another eyelid to protect their eyes in the water. And there's a third one called the nictitating membrane that actually protects their eyes. It acts like a goggles. Alligators will live to be 30 to 50 in the wild. And this is a male alligator, so he'll be 8 to 10 feet. Females generally are much smaller, maybe 6 to 7, but it always depends on their environment and the food that's found in their environment, how big they'll get. Now, how did I acquire Squirmy? Well, someone thought it'd make a great idea to have this animal as a pet. But you have to tell you, alligators are not pets. They're not friendly. Does he bite? He bites every chance he can get. And that's because he's a predator, apex predator. And they can't help it. That's just what they do. That is their behavior, right? Pretty amazing animal. So we actually have this animal given to us. We're going to keep him for about 3 to 4 years, and he will be able to be put back in the fresh water, maybe down in Florida, some of the sanctuaries. Our DEC officer will provide us that information, and he will actually go back into the wild and have a wonderful life. Pretty amazing. Squirmy, the North American alligator. So I have some other animals, but I think you probably have a couple questions, Zach. What is the difference between an alligator and a crocodile? Well, the difference between an alligator and a crocodile is, well, there's several. One is the crocs are generally saltwater. The alligator is freshwater, found in marshes and freshwater streams. And it's actually their snout. You can see, I'll get closer, that's a rounded snout. And an alligator, right, when you close their mouth like this, you can actually only see the top teeth. The bottom ones are kind of hidden. Well, a crocodile has a V-shaped snout, a little more knobbly, and the teeth are much more easier to see, top and bottom. Either or, you don't want to mess with an alligator or a crocodile. And how long do alligators submerge underwater? Great question. An alligator actually can submerge anywhere from 20 to 35 minutes underwater, sometimes even longer, depending. But here's the amazing thing about an alligator. If you can look on the top of his nose, you can see nostrils and his eyelids. They are made to adapt. They've been around for over 200 million years, right? Called the living fossil. They can actually get all the way into the water and submerge, except for their eyes and their nostrils stay out of the water. That helps to protect them, also helps them to find their prey, right? They can hide in the water. Pretty neat. Their colors actually help them to camouflage. So North American alligator, pretty amazing. Let's say we go to, you probably want to go to Africa. No, I don't have a lion. I get asked that all the time. We don't take lions or any of the big cats, but I do have an animal that's from Africa and actually from the island of Madagascar. His name is Harry, and I'm going to see if I can find him here for you. Oh, it takes a second to get him out. Hi, Harry. Oh, Harry is you guessed it, he's a lemur. He is a ring-tailed lemur. Pretty amazing. So first things first, how did I acquire a lemur? Well, because we're USDA licensed, we get asked all the time to take animals that actually have been confiscated or taken from homes that are not properly licensed. Some states do, unfortunately, legalize primates. This is not a pet for sure, and I'll tell you about that. But Harry is a ring-tailed lemur. How do I know? He has rings on his tail. 13 black and 13 white. Usually always ends up with a black ring at the bottom. Now, this tail is not like a monkey. It doesn't grab things, not prehensile, but it's used for balance. Now, you're wondering why I have a grip on his tail. Because we're doing a virtual, I'm in the office. Trust me, he can get loose in this office. He'd be hard to catch because lemurs are leaping lemurs. They stay high up in the trees. The rainforest has many different layers, and Harry actually be found in the canopy sometimes. But to be honest with you, ring-tailed lemurs set themselves apart from other lemurs in Madagascar. They actually spend a lot of their time on the forest floor. Pretty amazing. So we're talking about his tail and his rings and that it doesn't grab things, but it's used for balance. So a whole bunch of lemurs are called a troop. And when they're actually in the trees, they jump from tree to tree with these tails for balance. Well, you see, Harry can't go into the wild because he only has a half a tail. Now, he looks cute and cuddly. He's got really big teeth. He is not cuddly, right? He actually, this primate here, oh, I lost the screen. We'll be right back.
Oh, what happened? Oh no.
We're coming.
We can see you, Heather. We can still see you and Harry.
I think Harry touched the button, Zach.
Half a tail for Harry? That seems like a pretty big tail, and that's still only half of one.
It's only I know it's actually half the length of their body, but usually there's 13 white and 13 black. But what happened is the other lemurs actually attacked Harry when he was younger and bit his tail. And that goes back to telling you that even though they look cute and cuddly, they are not at all. So the troop of lemurs are in the trees. They jump from tree to tree, use their tail for balance. They come down to the forest floor to look for their food. You see, they're omnivores. They like to eat plants and fruits and different insects. Now, Harry has a mom and dad. His name is Pip, and her name is Squeak, and we've had them for quite a while. Harry is 7 years old, and lemurs usually in captivity can live anywhere from 25 to 35 years of age. Now, Harry, when he's in the rainforest or he's in the Madagascar, going from tree to tree, hops down to the forest floor. When he's looking for his food, one of the things that reason he's endangered is his tail. Well, he leans over to eat his food, his tail pops up into the air, and he's able to be poached. You see, lemurs are critically endangered. There's over 100 different species of lemurs in Madagascar, and unfortunately, due to the pet trade and poaching and slash and burn, destroying their habitats, these guys are becoming endangered. Now, there's many in zoos, which is a wonderful thing because zoos do a wonderful job of preserving the species. So yes, they do breed well in captivity, and there are many, but in the wild, there's not that many. So Harry, if you look at his eyes, he has a yellowy eye. He actually is crepuscular. He's actually active in the morning, kind of basks in the sun during the day, more active in the night. Okay. One of the things they're known for in the morning is they like to sunbathe. They actually will put their hands up to the sun, their pads of their hands, and get the sun, the heat from the sun, to help digest their food. If you go to Madagascar, you will actually see a troop of lemurs facing the sun, worshiping the sun. Another interesting fact about ring-tailed lemurs, it's a female-dominated society. The mom is the boss. The dad does a great job with the young, but the mother actually is the boss, matriarchal society. Pretty neat. When they're sleeping, they will actually all sleep in a big pile. So if a predator comes above, let's say an eagle, bird of prey, or a big snake, if they're above in the branches and look down, they'll see the lemur. Well, they'll start to dive down, but because the lemurs are all bunched up for safety, before that predator gets there, the lemurs bust apart, and safety in numbers. Pretty amazing. Now, lemurs do have glands on their arms. The males will fight. They're called stink glands. So they'll actually rub the glands on their tails. The tails will wave. Other males will do that in a threatening gesture. But the boys will fight with one another, and they'll actually have stink fights. In captivity, they'll actually rub the glands all over in their cage and mark their territory. So they have very strong teeth, and their hands actually have fingernails like you and I. They have opposable thumbs. And the neat thing is, if I can show you, let's see, Harry, look at this foot. Have you ever seen a lemur foot close up? As soon as he gets out of the, look at that. Look at that foot. Pretty amazing. It's all rubbery, except for his little shavings. Pretty neat. Harry is amazing, but unfortunately, we can't return him to the wild. That's one of the things that really does break our heart. We wish we could, but he does not know how to forage for his food. He cannot sustain himself in the wild. He just does not know where his habitat is, where he lives. So he will stay with us in captivity. And so that's one of the things that we like to do is bring Harry to schools and talk about conservation. Pretty amazing. One of the things that you can do to go see the lemurs is go to the Bronx Zoo. They have a wonderful exhibit, Madagascar exhibit. Pretty neat. Let's see. We've got a minute for questions. Do the ring-tailed lemurs have a defense system which is facing a predator? Do the ring-tailed lemurs have? Yes, they actually do. They actually will lay in those big piles when they're sleeping. And so when that predator does come down to get the lemurs, they will protect each other and last minute break apart. They also are very fast. They can get up in that tree and they can leap from tree to tree, making it very difficult. Yeah, pretty neat. And why do lemurs have two tongues? And you would be surprised how many times I get asked that question, because it's amazing. Who would think they have two tongues? Well, they have two tongues because the first one is actually for their food, foraging for their food, for their fruits and their leaves and things like that. And the second one is actually called a grooming tongue. And it has it's a little more of a tougher cartilage, and lemurs like to groom each other. And so they actually will go through the hairs and groom out and get all the little bugs with that second tongue. One of the things that lemurs will do in the morning is the mother will line everybody up and they'll face each other and they'll groom. And one of the things that we have to do with Harry when he was little is we have to rub his ears like a mom would do. And we have to groom him and get him used to all that. Pretty neat. Now, one of the things about lemurs that are really amazing is they're a flagship species for conservation. And so one of the things that you can do to help the lemurs, besides going to the Bronx Zoo that we talked about, is you can actually read all about them. You can actually look them up online, and you can find out ways that you can protect the rainforest. Because without your help, I'm afraid in the next 20 to 30 years, the number of lemurs and primates are going to dwindle, causing them to go into extinction. And we can't have that. These lemurs do a wonderful job of helping to protect the rainforest and actually replant the rainforest. Some parrots and some lemurs actually will take the fruits, and when they go from tree to tree, they'll drop the seeds, and the seeds go into the dirt, and new life emerges. So it's really important that we save these lemurs, because if we don't have rainforests, we won't be able to survive. You see, rainforests provide quite a bit of our oxygen to breathe. So from one little lemur like this, we can do great things saving the world, right? We're going to put Harry back. I think we're going to go, I don't know, did you all want to go to Australia? We might do that. Let's do that. And let's see. We're going to start with a lizard. Let's see. We're going to find something. I know you're thinking I was going to go maybe somewhere else, but guess what I have from Australia? One of the best pets in the world. This is a bearded dragon. Pretty amazing. His name is Milo, and he actually is a bearded dragon. And how do they get their name? Well, if you look closely, they have a nice little colored throat here, but it turns like a gray color. They'll actually will puff up and turn a gray color, and that's where the bearded dragon gets their name from. And dragon, because they have armor. They have scales and plates of armor to protect them. You see, this animal is endemic to Australia. Many different types of animals and plants, venomous and things in Australia. But one of the most amazing is the bearded dragon. Now, this color is a little different. You see, you wouldn't find this color in Australia. This is more of a domestic color. What happens is in Australia, they have more of the leatherbacks and the darker colors to help protect them. You see, this color, this bright yellow, would really not protect him as well. But you find most of these colors in the pet trade. But let me tell you about this bearded dragon, Milo. He's about 4 years old, and he actually is an omnivore. He likes to eat crickets. He likes to eat greens. He also likes to eat different types of mealworms. He has a very good appetite. He's a reptile, right? And ectothermic. He actually has to he takes the temperature of the environment. So on a cooler day, he actually has to move to find a heat source. If it gets too hot in Australia, these guys could actually burrow down underneath the rocks and stay cool. Pretty neat. Now, he actually is very sticky on the back. He kind of feels rough like sandpaper, right? But he's really amazing. So they live to be maybe 7 to 10 years of age. And the bearded dragon is one of the best pets, we think, because you can have a big enclosure for them with a heat lamp, and they have to have some rocks to lay on. They have to stay nice and warm, provide them with all their food. But one of the things that we really need to have, if you're going to have pets in captivity, if you're going to have pets in your home, besides the food, the water, and the shelter, animals need 2 other things. They need to have love, and they need to have touch. They need to have you talk to them. Voice, pretty amazing. So one of the things that we like to talk about with our pets is every morning we should have a routine. You should get up in the morning, and the first thing you should do is go to your animal, whether it's a dog or a cat or a bird, and you should talk to them. Even if you have a fish, did you know that? Because fish actually, the vibration from your voice, they can sense that. And everybody speaks differently, right? So your pet recognizes your voice right away. And the other is touch. It's very important that you touch them. You can't touch your fish, but you can talk to them. But it's very important that you touch your animals every day and give them love and attention. That provides them with the warmth to grow and survive for a very long time. Animals are amazing, and we have to do a better job of taking care of them, right? So I said he was from Australia, but there's something else actually that's from Australia. Let's see if I can find it. It is, do you all like spiders? I like spiders, but I didn't bring a spider. You know what I brought? I brought a big bag full of something. Let's see. I think I brought, oh, here it is. Well, let's see. How about a kangaroo? I know, it's amazing, right? This is a red kangaroo. I'm going to get a little closer. Her name is Pixie. Can you see her? Yeah, she is amazing. She actually is only 6 months old, and she's a joey kangaroo. Now, before you wonder where her mom and dad is, I do have her mom and dad. We actually have 9 kangaroos. And Pixie actually was in her mom's pouch. Now, this little red kangaroo is a female. So if you are a baby under a year, you're called a joey. And she's looking at the lights. So she's so inquisitive. Look at those big ears. So if you're under a year, you are a joey, boy or girl. Once you turn 1, girls are flyers and boys are boomers. Now, this little kangaroo is a red kangaroo. It's a marsupial, which means pouched animal, and macropod, and it's got pads on its feet. Look at that foot. Who would have thought that foot came from that little baby? Pretty amazing. So she does have a pouch, and she will live to be 15 to 20 years in captivity, but they don't live a long time in Australia, where they're from. They like the open grasslands and the plains. They can take very warm temperatures. Pretty amazing. So let's talk about how we acquired this little kangaroo and why is she not in her mom's pouch? Well, there's a long story, but I'm going to tell you that she actually was born after 30 days gestation, the size of a jelly bean. Pretty amazing. And she was born, the mom gave birth, and she actually licked a trail, a saliva trail or a road, if you will, up her pouch. And on her pouch on her belly is like a circle about that big, the size of maybe a dime. And this little joey, when it's born, is the size of the jelly bean, but it's hairless. Its eyes aren't fully developed. Its arms and legs aren't really fully developed, but it knows instinctively to get into that saliva trail and climb up to the pouch. Pretty amazing. On average, anywhere from 4 minutes to 8 minutes, 10 minutes, depending. But the mom lays quiet. She knows the baby's born, and she lets that baby climb right up into that pouch. Now, here's the amazing thing. When that baby gets to the mom's pouch, its nose touches the pouch, and the mom opens it. It's a muscle, and the mom actually controls the muscle. And the baby falls into the pouch, and the pouch is wax-lined. It's about 98 degrees. It is waterproof, but it's not airtight because the baby has to breathe. Right, Pixie? Now, here's the amazing thing. How is she going to grow in her mom's pouch? Well, at the base of the mom's pouch are actually 4 teats, and the baby will actually get down to the bottom of the pouch and root around and find one of the nipples, and she will swallow it. And the mother will pump up the milk, she swallows the nipple, the mother will pump up the milk and pump the milk into the baby. And the baby stays attached for almost 5 to 6 months, depending on the size of the joey. And why does the baby have to stay attached? Well, her mother can run anywhere from 20 to 30 miles an hour. That's a lot. That's really fast. So that baby stays protected, it stays warm, and it's able to drink. Now the mom, I know I'm moving her so much because I want you to see her face, but I'm just going to let her just jump around. There we go. The mom, actually, they're amazing, like all mothers are. She actually will open the pouch and keep this baby clean. She'll give it a bath every day because the baby doesn't come out of the pouch. But the mother will reach in and she'll clean up the baby. And then maybe about 6.5 months or so, the baby one day pops its head out and it says, that's it. I've had enough milk. I need something else to sustain me. Well, kangaroos actually are herbivores, which are plant eaters. They like shoots and roots and grass and leaves and things. And so this baby, actually with its head popped out of its pouch, can see the world. And as the mom goes out to graze, and they only graze in the morning and at night. There's that word crepuscular again. They only graze morning and night because it's cooler. During the heat of the day, the kangaroos find safety in the trees and the shrubs where it's cooler. So they come out and they graze. Well, the mom is leaning over and she's eating. Well, the baby smells the food, the grass and grain, or the trees, the leaves. And the baby says, I'm so hungry. I'm just going to have one little piece. Mom's not going to know. And don't you know, the minute that baby swallows that grass, the mother picks her head up and she knows. Because like I said, moms know everything. And she says, I'm not having it. I'm not going to go potty in my pouch. And she opens her pouch and brings the baby out. And right away, instinctively, that baby can hop. Right on its 2 feet, it can hop. Now they have a long tail, acts like a rudder, actually for balance. And they have 2 little arms, short little arms, actually, to help them glide along. It's called pentapedal when they're leaned over. And that baby will hop out and it'll jump around and mommy will teach it to go potty. And then from 6.5, 7 months to a year, that baby will go in and out of the pouch. Pretty amazing. At a year's time, the baby's out of the pouch fully. But here's the amazing thing. Mom can have one baby out of the pouch, but still needs to nurse. So this baby can reach in with its muzzle onto one nipple and get one lactation, one type of milk. She might have another Joey attached to another nipple with a different lactation. And you know what? There might be a third one waiting to be born. They're not endangered. There's so many kangaroos, but they're amazing. So tonight at the dinner table, when you're talking, here's 2 things that you can tell your family that they didn't know. 1, did you know kangaroos cannot go backwards? One of the few animals that can't go backwards. And 2, did you know some mobs of kangaroos, that's what a whole bunch of kangaroos are called, a mob, can swim? Who knew that? Pretty amazing. So all the animals that we talked about today, you can find so many interesting, amazing facts from just what I told you, but also when you go and read and you go to the libraries or you look up on your tablets, animals are amazing. They need our help to protect them. Pretty neat, right? So I know you have some questions. How long do kangaroos live in Australia? Well, actually in the wild, it's on average, depending on a predator, depending on if they get hit by cars, depending on the weather, fires and things like that, anywhere on average from 3 to 5 years. But in captivity, 15 to 20. When do baby kangaroos get out of their mom's pouch? Well, depending on the size of the kangaroo, the mom dictates when the baby will hop out. If the baby's old enough to sustain itself on solid food and is out of the pouch, it might still need to nurse. The mom will let it kind of put its muzzle in and get some nourishment from the milk. But for the most part, usually anywhere up until a year. But the kangaroos will stay together in their social group called a mob. They do have a predator. It's called the dingo. So that's like a wild dog. But yeah, about maybe up to a year they're with the mom. Do just females have pouches or males have them too? Great question. Only the females have pouches. And they're actually born with a pouch. So when there's a Joey in mom's pouch, when they get a little bit bigger like this, we can actually look in and see if the baby has a pouch, a little slice on its belly, then we know it's a flyer or a female. Pretty neat. Are kangaroos and koalas the same type of animal? No, they're different species. This is a marsupial macropod. Why are they mostly in Australia? Well, that's the thing about the animals. A lot of them are just endemic to their environment, to their areas. And so the kangaroo was actually adapted over the years. They live in the open grasslands, actually in Australia, because of the way their body is. One of the neat things I didn't tell you is they can adapt to the temperatures, the sudden change in temperatures. They can actually lick their arms and regulate their body temperature. So if it's too hot out or wherever they are, if their body's getting too hot, they can actually lick their arms and cool themselves down. They can take, they can take solace in the shrubs or the trees, the shade of the trees, morning and night. And actually they can actually go for a long time without drinking a lot of water. They do drink water, obviously, but in Australia, if it gets to be too harsh of an environment and drought, they can actually sustain themselves for several days on just limited amount of water. Desert animals. So every animal, I think, on every continent has different abilities to live in their environment that are pretty amazing. Can kangaroos be good pets? Well, you would think because she's so cute and cuddly that she would be awesome and you could just have her. And here's the thing. As much time as I spend with this kangaroo, she really doesn't have a big thought process. I'm not being mean. I'm being very kind. They are fight or flight animals. So if she gets startled or nervous, she won't listen to me. She's going to run because she's going to be so startled or scared, almost like a white-tailed deer type of personality. They get startled very easily. And once you startle her or get her upset, they actually will get very sick, called capture my apathy, and she won't survive. And this is one of the reasons why we have her in a bag here and why she's not with her mom. We let the mom raise him to a certain time. And when she's kicked out of the pouch around 7 months or so, 6 to 7 months, we actually will hand raise her for a few months, get her used to me, have her in the pouch. The mom doesn't get upset because she's getting ready for the new Joey. And the new Joey really doesn't mind as long as she has a warm pouch and she has food and a bottle. We do return them to the mother after they get used to us. If I was to take her today and put her in the bag for you for the Intrepid and then put her back, probably in a week or two, she would be very sick. The stress of that, just those few minutes, would not be fair to her. So that's why we hand raise them. And we've done it both ways. And I have to say that to get her used to us at an early age is better for her physically and mentally. How high can they hop? Kangaroos really can't go vertical. They can maybe go 2 to 3 feet, but they can broad jump 20 to 25 feet, running anywhere from 20 to 25 miles an hour. Kangaroos can actually bound big hops, and it's said that they can actually go 6 to 9 feet. I have seen some kangaroos get pretty high up there, but they need a running start. A kangaroo cannot jump from the bottom straight up vertical because they have all their weight at the bottom of their body. They have a big tail, long tail for balance, and a lot of their weight is at the bottom. So they really can't jump very high. What age do kangaroos give birth? In captivity, we've had them give birth as young as 2 years old or so. The boomers usually take about 3 to 4 years, and her dad actually is outside. His name is Bounce, and he is 6.5 feet, 190 pounds, and the mom's about 4 feet, 80 pounds. And when I say that, people always think that they're up straight walking around, but you see, kangaroos don't stand straight all the time. They spend most of their time pentapedal. So when you measure a kangaroo, it's generally from the tip of the nose to the tip of the tail. A kangaroo will get nervous, will stand up when it spots a predator and get on its toes and stand up. And that's when you're going to see your height, to be honest with you. People always ask me if kangaroos box. Well, kangaroos are non-confrontational. They really are pretty lazy animals, right? I know. They're pretty lazy animals. The males will box with one another if you threaten the female or get between them. But for the most part, I have to tell you that kangaroos are just kind of mosey on their way. They want to be left alone. Our kangaroos in our mob, because we hand raise them, they just lay there. We can go in any time and actually go over to any kangaroo and use them for our programs. So, what plant do they eat the most? Well, actually, they like grasses. They like leaves. They like shoots and roots. The leaves are probably one of their favorite. Here in captivity, we also do supplement them with a grain. Her favorite and her mom's favorite, they actually like sweet potatoes, and they like good fresh hay and some apples too. So they'll kind of, their grazes and browses, whatever is there. In what scenario do the kangaroos need to swim? Well, some mobs actually on the coast are adapted to being able to get into the water. You see, their legs are bipedal. In other words, on the ground, actually, when they're moving about, when they're walking, I'm gonna see if I can show you. Let's see if we can get this tail out. Oh my gosh, here we go. Okay, I'm gonna take her out of the bag for you. Ready? Here we go. Okay, got her. Okay. Here we go. Look at those. Holy mackerel. Did you think she was that big? I know, right? We put her in that bag and their head's the smallest part. So when they're actually on land, their feet are together and they move together. It's called pentapedal. But in the water, their legs are independent. They'll actually go bipedal. They'll actually move them and they can actually swim. So years and years and years ago, hundreds, I guess millions of years ago, if a predator had chased them into the water, they adapted to being able to swim, not for long periods of time and not in deep water, but enough to get away. What are the female kangaroos called? Also, does Pixie stay in her mom's pouch to sleep? Female kangaroos are called flyers and boys are called boomers. A whole bunch are called a mob. And yes, when Pixie was in her mom's pouch, she actually would sleep and she'd kind of turn herself upside down, kind of like this in her mom's pouch. And then she would turn her head sideways to look out. Once she comes out of the pouch and we put her in a man-made pouch like this, we have to have her in a pouch because it actually will keep her from being stressed at all. She's not stressed today, but they need comfort of the mother's pouch. They need to have a pouch system to where they are just able to be like, kind of like hanging upside down, suspended, but their head needs to be out. They're very inquisitive. There we go, Pixie, like that. So now we've done it to where we've actually been able to return them to the pouch if we had to use them for to check them to be vetted when they're very small, and the mother will actually take them right back. But for us, once they're in this pouch and we do programs, we'll keep them out of the pouch until they're a little older. And then what we do is reunite them with the other kangaroos in the mob. So that way that they can actually have, because they're social, they can't be by themselves. And we actually will have them out. We have 8 acres altogether, and we have a heated barn, and that's where they will go, and they'll live their life out together. How many joeys do the flyers carry? Pretty amazing. So they usually have one, rare to have twins. However, the cycle can be that they have one up in the pouch, and then once the baby's kicked out, if it still needs to nurse, the baby can actually reach in without going into the pouch on one nipple with one lactation. The mom can have a second baby that's just born, maybe tiny, size of a jelly bean or bigger, on the other nipple that's attached. And then, of course, with the breeding, she can have one actually already fertilized and waiting to be born. So in Australia, if the temperature is too hot, or if there's fires, or if there's some type of environmental issue where everything is halted, the kangaroos can halt that as well. And then they will start the reproduction when it's safe to do so. And how did I acquire the joeys? Well, 26 years, I have her mom and dad, but 26 years ago, our USDA officer called us. There was a zoo in upstate New York that had a joey that was kicked out of its mom's pouch. And they informed us that it had a respiratory infection. They did not have the staff because it's full-time around the clock. This joey was very little, had to be fed with an eyedropper, and I volunteered to do it. And they said if she lived that I could keep her, but they didn't have high hopes. Well, she lived to be 16 years old, and we've had a mob of kangaroos ever since. The father, the male, our first male, came to us from a zoo in Georgia, and he had an injury to his back. And we had him here for several months. He really couldn't get up and hop around. We'd have to go out and keep rolling him over in the barn and take good care of him. He really couldn't go out with the kangaroos outside, but he stayed in the barn. I was doing a school program about a year and a half later and showing the kids the pouch. And when I looked in, there was a joey. To say I was surprised was to say the least. So the kids got a good experience, and so did I. And ever since then, we've had our own little kangaroos. How do newborn kangaroos get inside the pouch, or do they just mature? Great question. Well, the baby is born the size of a jelly bean at about 30 or so days gestation. And the mom actually will lay down, and every kangaroo has a bump at the base, like a chicken's called a cloaca. And that's where the baby is born. But the mother will lick a path so that that baby instinctively knows to get into the saliva trail, and it will climb up and get to the pouch. And the pouch has nerve endings on the end. And when that baby touches the pouch, the mother will open the pouch slightly, and the baby will fall in and root around to the bottom, instinctively knows to go look for a food source, a nipple, and then that's where the baby will stay. And it's very warm in there, and it's waterproof, but it's not airtight. Does Pixie have brothers and sisters? Actually, Pixie, this is from one of our smaller ones, so this was a first-time baby from that mom. She's got cousins. She has 2 cousins, and yeah, 2 cousins. I have to think about it. Isn't that silly? So we have 1 intact male, 1 breeding male, and we have 3 females, and the rest are just neutered males. That's the thing with the zoo, with our program here. Our animals, once they come to our facility, confiscated or donated, they're here for their lifetime. We don't buy or sell animals, and we don't, look to get rid of them. We keep them, we make a commitment, and we keep them to the end of their lifetime. And like what we'd like to do is, like Pixie, have them become traveling ambassadors to talk about conservation and animal education and respect for animals. We feel it's very important. And now, especially kindness. I think you can't say enough about animals and what they do for children that are going through some rough time, whether emotionally, physically, and just touching an animal. That unconditional love you get with an animal is something that you can't even describe. So there's so many different purposes. We feel that we have a purposeful life. And on that note, to let you know that we are actually in the process, we're almost on our final step to being a 501c3, will be called 2x2 Animal Haven, where we really feel like we're going to come full circle. So pretty amazing. Do bearded dragons change colors? Actually, she's right behind her back. Bearded dragons don't change colors like a chameleon. They're actually born the color they are. And in the wild, they're going to actually resemble camouflage, if you will, more of their natural environment. Jesse's got them right there. More of their natural environment, more of a sandy color. They call them the leatherbacks. They're able to hide under the rocks and things. I think you get the colors here. It's domesticated. It's more of the pet trade breed because a lot of times we like to have animals that are smaller and colorful. And so this animal really would not survive. This color maybe, but most of the different variations that they have, the oranges and things, are mostly only in the pet trade. So once they're born this color, that's the color that they'll stay. If a limb or tail falls off a bearded dragon, can it grow back? Actually, it will not grow back. There are some instances where the pieces, but not like an iguana that actually will regenerate, and those limbs, those tails will come back. The bearded dragons will not. No, they won't. So actually, two Aussies right here together. There you go. Perfect. That's my daughter Jessica, my partner.
Wow, thanks so much, Heather. This is just, I could sit here and listen to and learn about kangaroo facts on Pixie pretty much all day. So
She would sit still, Zach, but she, she's very reactionary. Kangaroos, they're kind of spinning around. She's inquisitive, but she's adorable.
Well, I think that's the key. We also need to remember, as we talked about pets, right? Like, you're the expert and Pixie's on really good behavior for you, but switch the roles. And if I had Pixie sitting here with me right now, my apartment might look a little bit hazard and, wouldn't be as so well put together. So,
especially with the lemur, he's cute and cuddly, but he's the one that does the most, the damage, right?
I could see you're holding his Harry's tail, and I thought, yeah, that lemurs definitely can be a little bit rambunctious, I guess we could.
Usually, I let him sit just sitting on my shoulder on the table, but because of the lights and I didn't want to lose connection and whatever, I was afraid he would bolt. So yeah, we're gonna keep him. We're gonna keep him next to me, and he's more comfortable that way. But he does leap. Let me tell you.
Well, as you put it, right, a leaping lemur for Harry for sure.
Leaping lemur.
Well, I just want to thank you for joining us today and of all the work that you guys are doing. And I'm glad that 2x2, as you mentioned, coming full circle and is soon going to be able to become an animal haven and can continue to be able to both serve the animals that you guys take care of, but also the students, kids, and the groups that interact with you. If people were looking to learn more about 2x2 Zoo, can you guys share your website or anything where they can find out?
Thanks, Zach. I appreciate it. You bet. We have a website, 2x2zoo.com. We're also on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok, that type of thing. But you can find out all about us and our travels. Pre-COVID, we traveled quite extensively, but unfortunately with COVID, like everyone else here at home, we've adapted, and but the animals haven't changed, right? So so we're working and Zooming and doing all we can to feed them, which is our main purpose. And but you can see the pictures and you can see all the places that we go and all the different types of animals we have. Everything from lemurs to the kangaroos to potbelly pigs to goats, which happen to be, baby goats are cute. Sure. Yeah, rabbits and things like that. So all different types of animals that we've acquired over the 26 years. So.
Yeah, it's cool to see how you have different, sort of different farmyard, as you just mentioned. And then we were thinking with some of those Australian kangaroo we have here today. So all over the world and a very diverse group, it sounds like.
There's something for everybody, and they're all amazing in their own right. And they all have backstories. There's, animals here that we've had for, the longest of times, even the big tortoises. It's probably one of our most frequent calls are for the tortoises, the sulcatas people get as pets and don't realize they're going to be enormous, tractor tire size. So, oh yeah, we've got them all. And you can please visit our website, Instagram, Facebook, and say hello to us.
Well, great. I'm sure we'll see you again, and perhaps maybe you can share, or I'll go on your website and look at the tractor tire tortoise, because that's certainly.
TJ, he came from a biologist in Connecticut. You would love him.
TJ's grabbed my attention, Heather. Well, thank you for that.
Thanks.
All right. Well, we'll see you guys again soon. Have a great afternoon.
Yes. Thanks. Bye. Thank you, Intrepid. Thank you, Zach.
Bye-bye, Pixie.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Well, guys, that was fantastic. I hope everyone enjoyed. I'm so glad we had a lot of good time for questions there, because the chat was really bouncing, and I'm glad we got to learn so much about Pixie and, of course, Heather's work as well. Now, moving on, I have a jam-packed schedule today, so there's barely a moment for us to take a break here, but we're going to have it, but we're getting ready for our next presentation with the Climate Museum, and I'm going to talk about that here in just a moment. But before we do, I just want to remind you guys that we have different programs, different museum educator-led programs from the Intrepid Museum being offered pretty much every single day. These programs are free. They're 45 minutes. They cover all sorts of different content, similar to what we looked at with Franz today. I really enjoyed that virtual tour through the museum, and I'm sure you guys will as well. K through 12 groups, children all ages and abilities can take part in these different programs. We keep it changing a lot, different Intrepid adventures, different topics. So head on over to intrepidmuseum.com or .org/education and make sure that you guys can learn more, and of course be registered for the next program with Franz or some of my other fantastic colleagues. Now, I mentioned the Climate Museum, so we've got that coming up next at 1 o'clock, so we're going to have a little break here. I've got another video that I'm going to start up in a second. I was just perusing the website a moment ago, and I saw that there was a follow-along. It looks like there's a document that you guys can look at during the Climate Museum presentation on how to draw your own climate art. I'm going to check in with my colleagues. Maybe we can get that posted up in the chat, or at least the link, so you guys can go and grab that, because I think this is going to be a pretty fun presentation, and I want to learn more about drawing climate art. I can certainly draw a lightning bolt, but let's learn a little bit more about what the Climate Museum has to offer. So stay tuned for that coming up soon. But first, I'd like to show you guys a short behind-the-scenes video about some of the work that happens at the Intrepid Museum within the collections department. Franz took us through, we looked at the different exhibits, the planes, right? They're an important part of the collection, the chairs, of course, as well, the aircraft elevator, even the museum's collection is what we have there for you guys to see and be able to learn about. This video that I'm about to share is actually coming from one of our collections technicians, and they're going to explain how we preserve artifacts like helmets. So remember, Franz was telling us about the pilots flying the planes, ejection seat, popping you out if there's an accident. You're going to want to make sure you've got a pretty strong helmet, and we're going to learn a little bit more now about how we take care of those on board.
Hi, my name is Becky Batchelor and I am the collections technician here. My job is to care for all of our historic artifacts. Today we are focusing on helmets. We have a number of different types of helmets from different eras, and we're going to be talking about the challenges with preserving them. When you are preserving objects, different materials will decay or deteriorate at different rates, and so you would want to keep them stored separately. But in the case of a helmet, it's a complex object. It's made of a number of different materials. So you can see here we have different plastics, metals, rubber, fabric, foam, and all of those have different kind of wants and needs and how they will deteriorate. But since they're all part of the same object, we obviously can't store each of the different materials separately, and that in the collections world is something that we call inherent vice. For example, foam and rubber and plastic, it off-gasses. Fortunately, you can't really smell through the video, but when you open these cabinets, you get a nice kind of like off-gassing plasticky smell. So to help with that, we open the cabinets once a week so they get some air, and we have a filter in each of the cabinets to help circulate the air kind of within, and that helps them a little bit. But it also means different issues, like for example, like metal will corrode and rust faster when it's, close to plastics that are off-gassing. We do the best we can to keep them happy, so having them in collection storage, which is an environmentally controlled environment, so it doesn't have any fluctuations of temperature or relative humidity, really helps to stabilize these objects and have them last as long as possible. So I make customized mounts for each of the helmets depending on their needs, and I use only archival material to do that. I can't really help, the materials within the helmet of interacting with each other, but by using archival materials, I can ensure that the mount will have no negative interactions with the object itself. This is an example of a mount that I made for a hard helmet. So I kind of just trace around its base and do a cutout for it. So this is what you end up with. You can move it around, handle it. I mean, obviously it's not tied down, but you can easily handle the object without touching it, and it supports the object. For the softer helmets, they need a little bit of interior support to help them keep their shape, because you can kind of see like over time, the leather can harden and get a little misshapen. And so we're trying to support the object and to keep it from getting further misshapen. So to do that, I create like a little post for it to sit on, and then using tissue and foam and some felt material, again, all archival material so it won't interact with the object. I create some port that kind of basically creates a little head for it to sit on. So another aspect of protecting the helmets is protecting the helmets from myself. So that is why I wear nitrile gloves, because even if I wash my hands, there still could be dirt and just oil just from my skin that could negatively interact, especially with like metal. It can cause corrosion and things like that. So I wear gloves to protect the object from myself. I also wear gloves to protect myself from the object. You know, they weren't, when they were making these helmets, thinking about me 50 plus years later that might have this helmet and might be trying to take care of it. One example of that we learned about recently is they used to coat metal parts that would be exposed to the elements with cadmium. For example, it would be coated on this steel part here, and that would keep the steel from rusting. But as over time, as the cadmium starts to deteriorate and corrode, it creates a white powder. It's fine and stable how it is, but if I was to touch it and the powder was to become loose and airborne and I inhaled it, it could be toxic. So when I'm this close to the object, I'm wearing a mask just to protect myself on the off chance that any of the corrosion would become airborne. The cool thing is how you test for cadmium corrosion is you can kind of see like the telltale white powder a little bit, you know, under normal lighting. But if you shine black light on it, then it shines white. So that's the best way to test that you have that. So in this case, like now we know that I've confirmed that we have this. I have a couple of other helmets that I'm pretty sure have this. So they are going to be flagged in our system, you know, as having a hazardous material, and we are going to, you know, take increased caution and wear masks when like handling them and being around them more, and then talk to a conservator about next steps. So all of these objects are well past their intended usage date by at some points 50 plus years. So none of them were meant to last forever. So we are just doing everything that we can to make them as comfortable and happy as we can. For more behind the scenes videos, visit intrepidmuseum.org.
Let's see, I hope you guys enjoyed that video. It's amazing to see those helmets. I mean, you know, think about it. That's on someone's head when they were a pilot flying off the ship. 1974, Intrepid goes out of service. Where do those helmets go? We have no idea. 1982, they open up as the museum. Where are the helmets? We have no idea. Crew members, pilots, people are going to actually be donating the helmets to the collection. And then we see what the care is like right there. Incredible stuff. The amount of detail, the amount of precision, custom making those mounts. I really just want to stress to you guys what it means to be able to preserve this history so that when you guys come out to the museum or we see it today virtually, that we're able to keep them, preserve them, and be able to have them to learn more. So thank you to our crew members, thank you to the staff at the museum, and thank you to you guys, of course, for watching with us today. Now we've got a little break here, 7 minutes. I saw some questions in the chat, like, do I have to stay here all day? And what, you know, take your breaks. You know, I'm sneaking away whenever I get the opportunity to, but you don't want to miss anything when it's coming up, especially a great program like we have here today with the Climate Museum. So, you know, we've got a few minutes. I'm gonna pull off. We're gonna see the little scheduled sign here before we welcome and we get started at 1. So hang tight. Any questions for me? Any questions for our friends? Pop them in, and I'll see you guys soon. Hey guys, if anyone's having trouble on YouTube getting the link to the follow along for the next program, we just had a new link posted, so go ahead and try that. That should be good. It's just going to be a document that you guys can use while we follow along. Just want to make sure everybody's got what they need. See you soon. All right, everyone. Zach is back. Welcome back. We are ready to get started with the Climate Museum. Now, without further ado, allow me to introduce Tammy and Maggie as they take us on a little bit of an adventure and talk to us more about the Climate Museum. Hey, guys.
Hi, Zach. Thanks.
Of course. I will see you guys again. Hi, Tammy. Hi, Maggie. But I'm going to take myself out of here and let you guys take us home. So thank you very much, and looking forward to it.
Awesome. We'll get started right away. All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today with us for this Talk Climate workshop. Oh, there's Tammy's dog in the background.
Yeah, this is Pumpkin. She might be making some noise, making herself known throughout the program.
So my name is Maggie, like Zach said, and I'm here with my friend Tammy, and we're going to talk about why you should make art about climate change and how you can use your art to share an important message with your friends and relatives about the importance of caring about the earth. So I'm going to pass it over to Tammy now, who's going to tell you a little bit about the supplies you need to get started.
Yep. So we're going to be doing a drawing exercise today. So if you can get this worksheet that you can see I have printed out really big behind me, then go ahead and get that ready. If you don't have that, you can just use an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, get some drawing supplies, some pencils, pens, color pencils, crayons, whatever you need. You can use color if you want. I'm going to be just working in a Sharpie today. And so while Maggie is telling us about the Climate Museum, why don't you go ahead and get your supplies ready? maybe Pumpkin should go spend some time in another room while we're doing this activity.
All right, so while you're collecting your supplies, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the Climate Museum and the type of programming that we do. So the Climate Museum is actually the first museum in the country totally dedicated to climate change. And the great thing about our museum is that we're able to design programs and exhibitions that not only tell people about the problem of climate change, but also tell them why it's important to talk about it and gives them the tools to take action on it. So we're a museum that's focused on inspiring action. And one of the ways that we do that is by combining art and science. So I'm going to ask you guys to get a little active in the chat today a couple of times. And this is the first time. We're hoping that you can put in the chat now an S if you like science, an A if you like art, or a B if you like both. So Tammy and I are not in the chat right now, but Tammy, do you like art, science, or both?
Definitely going to say that I love both.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I think I like both too. I've slowly learned that you can be an artist even if you aren't that good at drawing. So I'm working on my drawing skills, and I'm enjoying making my climate art. So today you're going to be making art that actually can help scientists spread the message about the importance of fighting climate change. And I'm sure some of you at home know what climate change is, but maybe some of you might not be so familiar with it. So all that you really need to know today is that climate change is a problem, and that the Earth is getting warmer, and that can cause problems for both people and animals all over the world. So that could be problems in your neighborhood or problems in the North Pole. And it's important for us to remember that scientists have also discovered many solutions and many changes that humans can make to curb climate change, the worst problems of climate change, and make sure that the world can be a safe place for all of the people and animals that call it home. So today in this project, today after this project, if you want to learn more about climate change, you can go to the Alliance for Climate Education. They're a great nonprofit partner of ours that puts out these videos that really clearly explain the issue of climate change and make it really approachable for audiences of all grade levels. And these videos are also really helpful because they show the solutions that exist to fighting global warming. So like I said earlier, one of the important steps in fighting climate change is talking about it. So the more that people talk about why climate is important to them and why they care about the Earth, the more other people will also start to care too. So, if you tell two friends why you care, maybe they'll tell two friends why they care, and we can have a huge reaction out in the world. So today we're hoping that you can make some art that can help people realize that climate change is an important issue, that talking about it is easy, and that they should talk about it much more often. Maybe, every day at dinner, or once a week at a club meeting or something like that. And we want people to make those pledges, hopefully after they see your art. So if you're all ready and you have all your supplies, I'm gonna pass it over to Tammy so that she can help you get started with your drawings.
All right, so we're gonna get started. I'm gonna be doing this activity right alongside you guys. So if you're wondering what you should get started drawing, I know climate change obviously impacts so many different aspects of our lives. It affects plants and animals, the landscape, the weather, the sky. It affects people all over the planet in different ways, like what we eat, how that food is produced, how we get around, how we get our energy. So there's really so many different things that you could put into this drawing. But just think of what you would put in to really try and convince somebody that saving the planet is important. And I say just start drawing that. So I'm going to go ahead and get started.
Awesome. So Tammy, can you tell me a little bit about what you're planning on drawing today, what you envision your drawing is going to look like?
Yeah, so I'm actually planning a big landscape. It's going to have a lot of different elements in it, including plants and animals. But I'm also going to put in a person so that there's kind of something to ground the viewer. I'm going to put in some climate solutions, like I'm going to put in some wind turbines and solar panels. And then also going to just try and direct the viewer's eye kind of all over the place, because when we're thinking about climate change, I think it's important to remember that it affects so many different aspects of our lives. And so having kind of a busier picture might be a good idea for this one.
That sounds awesome. So maybe you could describe for viewers at home who are less familiar with the term landscape. What is a landscape picture compared to other types of pictures?
Yeah, so for types of pictures, there's a portrait, so that's just a picture of somebody's face. Landscape is like those big paintings or drawings or photographs you see of nature. They have a horizon line. You can see the sky, you can see trees. Sometimes there's mountains or grass. Landscape is exactly what it sounds like. It's painting the landscape. And so I think you can put a lot more into your drawings, especially plants and animals, or architecture if you wanted to. You just get to fit in a lot more that way.
That's awesome. And I'm hearing from the Intrepid that a lot of people said that they like to be both artists and scientists. So that's great to hear in the chat. In the chat, maybe you want to put in some of the elements you're planning to put in your drawing. Maybe you're planning to also make a landscape. You can tell us about that. If you have some animals you're already thinking about putting in your drawing, you can tell us about that. That would be great. So while you're starting your drawing, Tammy, I'm going to ask you to multitask. Could you tell us a little bit about how you got started as an artist and how you became an artist that cares about climate change?
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely feel like I've always been an artist, always had a pen in my hand growing up. My parents will absolutely tell you that I've always been an artist, as I'm sure many of you today are already artists. But I eventually went to art school for college, and it was there that I learned that art is actually more than just about drawing or painting or photography or sculpture or the kinds of things that you would see in museums. Art is about kind of a creative mindset, and it can be in the design that we have of the objects around us. Like everything you're seeing in your bedroom right now or on your desk has been touched by an artist or a designer, which I think is really cool. And I feel like understanding that art is not just about what we're drawing right now, art is about the way you look at the world around you. Kind of that was the moment I became an artist. And then in terms of when I started making art about climate change, definitely in college, I did a lot more research in science and realized that it was a really important issue and that I could help out by making my art and spreading the word on it.
That's so great to hear. So I really love what you were saying about how art is sort of everywhere. Maybe people at home, if you want to add to the chat different forms of art that you use to communicate. Maybe you like music or writing or drawing or painting. If you could say in the chat what your favorite form of art is, that would be pretty exciting. I think I like drawing just like you, Tammy, but I definitely don't have your skills, your art school skills going for me. So maybe the next thing we could talk a little bit about is how artists and scientists can work together on climate change issues.
Yeah, good question. And I'm going to keep going back to this point about a creative problem-solving mindset, because I think that is one of the ways that artists can really change the game, to not just look at the tools you have in front of you and say, okay, here's what I'm limited to actually say, okay, we're at point A, we need to get to point B, we're going to design a new object, or we're going to think about a new solution for a problem. The sky's the limit. The only limit is myself of what I can create. And so I think in that way, scientists actually have a lot to learn from artists. It's funny, you would think it would be the other way around. But in terms of like really pushing the limits and thinking creatively and outside the box, I think artists can teach scientists and everybody else a lot about that. And then obviously it works in the other direction. Scientists can teach artists so much. I am inspired like all the time, every day. I'm inspired right now by what scientists have taught me. So in terms of that, yeah, I'm inspired by scientific research all the time. And I'm sure you all today are here drawing, feeling inspired by all the amazing scientists that you've seen today, and animals and bones and planes. I've seen you guys learn so much already today, and I'm sure you're feeling inspired. And then I also think artists communicate very well with the world and with each other. Like we are actually trained to kind of take a complex idea, like I'm taking climate change right now, and I'm putting it into a visual form to try and communicate with other people. So that is kind of another way, another language we can use besides words of communicating with other people. And that obviously can inspire people. It can inform people. I think it's really important to take really complex ideas like climate change, all the statistics and data behind that, and kind of translate it into a form that's way more digestible to the public. So that's another way I think artists and scientists can work together. But the sky's the limit. Like I said, there's so many ways that we can help each other.
That is awesome. That was such an amazing way of wording it. And while you were talking, people put so many different creative forms into the chat. People talked about poetry and music. They talked about building and drawing. And one person even said baking, which is a creative endeavor I feel like we've all gotten a lot more into in the past year. And it's a great way for people to think about where your food comes from, and also creatively think about how you can combine all of these different, ingredients that don't taste very well separately together into something delicious, which I think is a really great metaphor for creative problem solving, like you were talking about.
Absolutely. And you guys are touching on the fact that science and art are not these like separate bubbles. Like cooking is an art and a science. Painting, I personally do a lot of painting, is definitely a science. Like you're mixing these pigments and oils and almost acids. You're like creating something. Sculptors, those are scientists. Like there is no hard line between these two areas. There's so much in between them.
That's awesome. Yeah, I agree. So while Tammy is drawing, maybe I'm going to ask a few more questions of you out there watching at home. When you draw, think about climate change and you want to draw something about it, what are the animals that come to mind that you want to feature? Maybe you can put in the chat if those are animals that you just saw in the previous program, like kangaroos or lizards, or if there's other animals that come to mind. I'd love to hear about the types of animals that you think of when you think of climate change and the animals that you're thinking about drawing today. I know I think about monarch butterflies. I love to see them migrate, and I also know that their migration patterns are changing because of climate change. Someone said polar bears. Yeah, that's something that we think about too. Polar bears are often feel like the mascot of thinking about climate change, and they're super affected. So it's important to remember polar bears. But it's not just polar bears living in distant places that are affected. It's also animals and people who are close by to where you live. Climate change is one of those things that doesn't just happen in faraway places. It also happens close to home. And it's important to remember that it's not just those animals in those faraway places that are going to be affected. Ooh, mountain lions. I love that answer too.
Yeah, it's not just polar bears. There's a lot of bear species that are affected by climate change. So save all the bears, not just the polar bears.
All right. So we were just talking a little bit about science and art, and I actually have some examples here of some other students who already participated in this activity, who were thinking about not just science and art, but also social justice and about ways that they wanted to improve the lives of people all around the planet who are being affected by climate change. So I'm going to hold up a couple examples of some other student work to get you inspired as you guys are doing your drawings and as Tammy is working away on hers. So this one, if you guys can see, is a picture of Coney Island. This was done by a student named Isaac, and it's a picture of people cleaning up trash around Coney Island because people have to care about the planet during as we fight climate change, and one of the ways that you can care is by picking up trash in your neighborhood. And Isaac pledges to talk to Levi, Akiva, and Jonathan about climate change, which is pretty exciting. That sounds like 3 friends that Isaac is going to have some climate conversations with. So that's Isaac's drawing. Another one I have here is by a student in Ecuador named Isa. It's always hard to tell on these computer cameras if I'm holding it straight. But Isa wrote at the top of hers, "Climate justice is social justice." And that's sort of the notion that all of these problems are interconnected. Climate change is connected to other problems we see in the world. and that it's important that as we seek to solve one of these problems, that we seek to solve all of these problems together. So climate change is a problem that is linked to all sorts of other problems, but that also means the solutions can be linked too. So Isaac lives in New York City, and Isa lives in Ecuador, and that's the two students who we got those drawings from. And then this drawing is from Andrew, and Andrew lives in New Jersey. I'm going to try to hold this one a little bit closer so you can see. Andrew made a word cloud, and this maybe is a good source of inspiration for the student out there who said that they like poetry. This is sort of like a word cloud where it says all the different things that climate change is linked to. Climate change linked to the future, health, air quality, ocean, responsibility, social awareness, happiness, civics, justice. So Andrew made some word art. So that just sort of shows you the mix of different things that you can make in your drawing. And so let's check out what Tammy is doing in hers now. Oh, wow, I see those wind turbines, Tammy. That's really nice. How did you decide? I think that's called the horizon line, right? How did you decide to put the horizon line right there?
Well, you can really put the horizon anywhere. It's best, it's like kind of a rule in art to put it at one of the third lines. So that's kind of one way you can arrange a composition. Mine's a little bit closer towards the middle, but I mostly just am thinking about how I can move the audience's eye around my drawing towards the middle. I don't want anything to like kind of pull your eye out of the drawing. So that's kind of how I placed it here. And I love those examples you showed, Maggie. There's absolutely no limits on this. Like I'm doing a line drawing, but at home you could do a color drawing with outlines. You could do something with just text. Text drawings, I think, can be beautiful. Anything that you want. Maybe you want to make a collage with some magazine photos or some paper. There are so many possibilities for this. And it sounds like we're getting a pretty good collection from all over the place. So maybe you guys could write in where you're coming from and we can find out how far across the globe we're going to span.
Yeah. Please say in the chat where you're coming from, and maybe you can even mention your age or your grade level as well, so we can get a sense of all of the different types of students joining us today. Just to back up a few steps to make sure that we're all on the same page, I wanted to make clear, hopefully you have printed out this iTalk climate worksheet, and you're doing a drawing about why you care about climate in the middle. And you can do it just like Tammy is doing it there, where you're filling up that whole middle space with a drawing that explains why you care about climate change. And then we'll talk about how you fill out that bottom part a little bit later on. But for right now, you're making a drawing that has all of the elements of that you want to show and share with others about why the Earth is important to you and why you care about climate change. So I see that a couple people have already said where they're from in the chat. Someone is from Maine. That's pretty exciting. Tammy is in Maine right now.
I'm currently in Maine right now visiting. You have a beautiful state.
I'm in Connecticut right now. I think we have quite a bit of snow on the ground. So I think if I do a drawing later, it's going to have some snow. We have some people joining from New Jersey, from Atlanta, all of these places. It's so exciting. And one of the great things about all of these drawings is that you can draw, about things that you care about where you live. And when we put all these drawings together, we'll have this map of all of the different things that people care about all over the country and over the world. So that'll be pretty exciting. If in Georgia you put that you care about maybe the falcons that live there and the peaches that grow there. I'm trying to think of things I know that are part of the environment in Georgia. And people in Brooklyn can put about things about the city wildlife that they have. We'll have a huge mix, a nice patchwork quilt of all of these drawings.
Yeah, it's going to look really awesome. Everyone is affected differently by climate change, depending on your area and what kind of life you live. So, but I'm really curious to see what all these different drawings are going to look like. I'm pretty excited.
I agree. Oh, awesome. So here's a question. Climate change is a huge topic. How do I choose what to draw? That's such a good question. So I agree. Climate change is a huge topic, and it's a really abstract topic. Sometimes it's hard to think about how you take all of the statistics about a huge problem that involves a lot of complicated science and physics and distill it into a painting or a drawing. But what we want to stress to you is that, you don't have to be an expert or a scientist in order to make a drawing about climate change. All you have to do is think about what you care about and transfer that into a drawing, because climate change, being such a huge issue, is connected to so many things. So if you think about, what things in nature do I care about? What things in my neighborhood do I care about? And then maybe you watch a few of those Alliance for Climate Education videos and you start thinking about how those things that you care about might be affected by climate change. You can start thinking about how you can create a picture that represents the issues that you care about, and also the actions you hope will be done to prevent any sort of damage to the things that you care about.
Yeah, I couldn't have put it better myself. I've been wrestling with that question for my entire career as an artist. How do you put climate change on a paper? It's a pretty big ask. So yeah, you're not going to be able to get it with only one picture. You can only try and put what is most important to you in getting across about climate change. So for me, I really care about endangered species, plants and animals and insects, and like the food we eat being an endangered resource. So I tend to make a lot of art about that, with plants, animals. I have some people in there, but maybe you're more interested in how climate change affects the weather. So you want to put some storms in there, or you want to put maybe thinking about solutions to these storms. Maybe you're interested in technology or transportation. But this is not going to be your only drawing. You can make so many of these and just keep coming up with better ways and new ways to communicate this issue. So awesome question.
And it connects so well what you were just saying, Tammy, with this new question that says, what recommendations do you have for young artists who are just starting to make climate art?
Well, I love that. Absolutely keep going. We can never have enough climate artists. I would say pursue an education, because even if you feel like you can already draw, or you feel like you already are good at your craft, I think what art school helped me with is going back to the creative problem solving mindset that I was talking about. So how do we get from point A to point B? Kind of think about every single possible solution, and then just follow whatever seems most exciting to you. So how to get started? I feel like just go out and get some crayons, get some pens, and get started. There's no rules. You set your own rules. And if anybody tells you that there are rules to art, you can go to them and say no, Tammy said there are not rules to art. There are not.
I like that. I will be telling people that, in addition to telling people to talk about climate change after this.
Exactly.
So I think now is a good time, while you're still working on your drawing, Tammy, to talk a little bit about the pledge at the bottom of people's worksheets. So if you have that worksheet at home printed out, or if you're just writing on a sheet of paper, drawing on a sheet of paper, we want you to put the names of 3 people in your life that you're going to pledge to talk to about climate change. And we're hoping after you finish your drawing in that middle section, you'll send either via email, or maybe you can have your parents text a photo, or maybe even just hang it up in your window. But you want to use this image to spark 3 climate conversations with 3 different people. So like I said with this example before, Andrew's picture, Andrew said that he pledges to talk to his mom, his aunt, and his sister. And so those are 3 great people to talk to about climate change. Maybe you want to talk to one of your classmates. Maybe you want to talk to your younger siblings. There's all kinds of people you can talk to about climate change. But we want you to just think about that a little bit and write down 3 people on your sheet once you're done with your drawing. So maybe, Tammy, do you want to tell us a little bit about who you're going to write down on your sheet?
Yes, I already figured out who I was going to write down. I'm ready for this. So first, I'm promised to call my parents, my mom and dad, and tell them all about this activity. They helped me get through art school, so I want to tell them all about the fun I had with you guys today. And then I will be messaging, I wrote this down, Dan McKee. He's going to be the next governor of my state, Rhode Island. And so I really want to tell him that this is an issue I care about because he's my elected representative. So he should represent me. And if I want to get movement on climate change, then really have to let your representatives know that you want that. And surprisingly, calling your elected representatives is more productive and easier than you would think it is. So you call them, you just leave a quick message, and usually it really makes a difference, and you'd be surprised. So after I call my next governor, I will be calling my representatives, David Cicilline and James Langevin. So you can really easily look up your representatives if you're interested in doing this. Even if you're not of voting age, like they are still supposed to represent you. And it's really easy. It takes like 5 minutes out of your day to just call your representative, let them know you care about climate change and you want to see them take some action on solving this issue. And that's one of the ways that we as individuals can make a difference larger than ourselves, which is really important. But there are lots of options for people to talk to. You don't have to do a big call to your representatives like I'm going to do.
That's awesome. Thank you for those examples, Tammy. More examples that we can think of. Oh, I see someone in the chat put my mom, brother, and uncle. Those are great examples. Maybe if you're going to online school, you can take a moment out of class at some point to give a presentation to your classmates. One thing I think might be fun to do with your drawing is to take it and hang it up in your windows. So not only are you talking to people directly about climate change, but maybe you can inspire people who walk by your window to see your artwork and start conversations of their own about climate change. Because you know, your artwork can inspire infinite climate conversations in the future. So I see that there was a question in the chat: how can I help turtles and animals to stop climate change? So today we're just talking about one solution, which is, you know, talking about climate change. And really, you have to think about collective actions that we can take together to help these animals that aren't able to help themselves when it comes to climate change. So talking about climate change, you know, is one of the ways we can start to build a lot of collective power around this issue. And then from there, it's sort of, if you've ever heard like the term snowballing effect, you know, like as more people get together and care about climate change, we can create a bigger and bigger snowball, and eventually, you know, people who make policy and scientists who are doing research will have to recognize that this is a huge issue that we all care about, and they'll have to take some pretty major steps to combat it and to save those turtles and other animals that we care so much about. So it's really about making enough of a collective public push that we can get the attention of people in power in order to make sure that the solutions we want are advanced.
Absolutely right. A big way you guys can help is just talking about it. Talk about it to everyone you know, your family, your friends, complete strangers. Just bring it up. Hey, like, you want to talk about climate change? There's also, I know this because I'm really interested in research on plants and animals. There are ways, if you want to be a citizen scientist, there are actually like ways that you can go about doing that and help scientists track plants and animals, particularly endangered species. So you can look up online if there are programs like this in your area. Like I think in Vermont, there's currently a program where anybody can just take a picture of any living thing and send it into a database for scientists, and they are tracking like endangered species in the area, which is pretty cool. There's also things like you can watch, like they put up cameras in forests or like in the ocean to track animals moving by. There, you can watch that footage and like mark off when an animal walks by. So there's really, it's like pretty exciting. There's actually a lot of ways that we as regular people can get involved, like hands-on in solving these problems and working together with scientists, because like I said, we're all artists today. We're also all scientists today. And you can be an artist and a scientist every single day if you put your mind to it. So that's pretty exciting.
I love that, Tammy. I just heard about citizen science kind of recently. You guys should all Google it after this program to look into citizen science opportunities. But there was that news story about a whale in over by Governor's Island in New York City that citizen scientists helped like untrap from a net. So that was a cool news story about citizen scientists making a big difference. I see that there's a question in the chat. What is Tammy's favorite climate topic?
Ooh, my favorite climate topic. Probably the plants and animals. I keep talking about it, but I'm really interested in, I think it's really exciting to learn about like the extinction of the dinosaurs. And this might be a little alarming, but the idea that like something similar could be happening with extinctions of species is like both interesting and obviously pretty worrying. So I think I'm really interested in learning about that and informing people about that for sure.
Yeah, learning about it is definitely the first step in order to be able to have conversations out in the world about it, and then to promote solutions that help stop that. So that's great. Oh, here's a great question. Thinking about climate change can make people sad. How do I make art about climate change that motivates people to act rather than inspiring despair or sadness?
Definitely a good question. So like I was saying earlier, your climate change drawing can be so many different things. It can obviously be an image of destruction and like jets and factories and storms. But climate change also carries with it all the solutions that we have thought of and are yet to think of, like the turbines, the solar panels. Like I get really excited when I see that stuff. You can put plants and animals in your drawing and it doesn't have to be about them like dying. It can be about us saving them and how we need every part of the ecosystem. And so we're gonna save every part of the ecosystem. So there are definitely ways to make your drawing full of despair. I hope this drawing is a good example of how to make it a little bit more uplifting.
Yeah, and there's great resources on the Alliance for Climate Education website. You can also go to Project Drawdown to learn more about climate solutions. There's a lot of websites out there where you can learn about the solutions to climate change to make sure that you incorporate those into your drawings. Okay, here it says, we have two questions. So Matt16 says, how can we learn science and make art around it if we don't have experience?
I mean, anybody can look up on the wonderful internet anything you want to learn about climate change. I recommend Google Scholar if you're ready for something a little bit more complicated. Or honestly, I just go on YouTube a lot and learn from scientists' YouTube videos. And then if you want to just sit down with a pen and paper and just see what happens. I think sometimes starting out saying, I'm going to make a climate change art and it's going to be the best climate change art that's ever been made can be a little stressful. So just sit down and say, I'm just going to make some art that is what I'm feeling about this topic. And that can be really productive.
Yeah, I feel like emotions are a really great place to start. And then questions are really great. You know, it's hard to know what you don't know. So it's really great to come up with what questions you have and then go from there. And the Climate Museum actually does this program called Ask a Scientist Day. We've done them in person before, and who knows, maybe we have a few virtual ones in our future. But at our Ask a Scientist Day, we bring in climate scientists to answer your questions about climate change and why certain problems are the way they are and how certain solutions can be used to fight against those problems. So those days are really productive and are great opportunities for people to figure out a little bit more about the problem and also ways that they can get involved, which is really exciting. I know that there was another question a few moments ago in the chat about how people can get involved with the Climate Museum. So the Climate Museum, we have a ton of online programming going on right now. We're not operating in person due to the pandemic. But if you go to climatemuseum.org/online, you'll find a lot of our online programs. We have an opportunity for students to participate in this initiative called Climate Art for Congress, where people make drawings and submit them to their representatives. We have another program called our Climate Ambassador Card. I have one of those right here. It's like a little wallet-sized card that you can fit in your wallet and you can carry around and use as a tool to start climate conversations. You can download that on our website. And you also can apply to our youth program. So right now, we're about to start a youth high school internship program, and we offer those multiple times a year. So if you go on our website, subscribe to our newsletter, you can stay up to date with all of the programs that we do for both adults and students. So while Tammy is finishing up her drawing, I want to also say there's small font at the bottom of your worksheet that says, "We want to see your final drawings," and that is very, very true. We're hoping that you take your drawings and that you take a picture of them, or you use like a scanning app. Maybe you could get a parent or guardian to help you with that. And we want you to email them to us so we can see all the drawings that were made today, or if you finish your drawing tomorrow, that's okay too. So if you take your drawing, you take a photo of it or a scan, and you email it to youthprograms@climatemuseum.org. That would be really fantastic, and we'll be sure to share those drawings far and wide on our website. So I wrote that out in case that's easier for people. I think, yeah, you guys can see that? We're going a little low tech today at the Climate Museum. All right, so youthprograms@climatemuseum.org is where you'll send your drawing, and then climatemuseum.org/online is where you'll find all of the other opportunities for young people to get involved with the museum. So I see another question here. We're getting some more questions about how, here we have another Tammy question. Does Tammy recommend any books or artists to reference who do work around climate change?
Ooh, yes. First of all, I will plug a Climate Museum project that is called Pathways to Climate, where we actually feature climate artists on our Instagram. So check us out on Instagram if you're interested in climate artists. And then what was the other part? The books besides artists? Ooh, yep. Okay. Oh, I have so many and I'm blanking. Walton Ford he's a very famous climate artist that I think people should check out. It relates back to the earlier question about how do we make climate art that's not depressing. I think his work is complicated because it is like kind of sad when you look at it, but it's so beautiful that it still is inspiring. So I would say look up Walton Ford as a very good example of a climate artist.
Thank you for that.
A very beautiful book of his work if you're interested in buying it.
Awesome. And if people in the audience today have recommendations for climate artists or climate books to check out, you should put that in the chat so you guys can learn from one another. But Pathways is a great account. So our Instagram is just @Climate Museum, and then you'll be able to find the Pathways art mixed in with our other posts. And you can also follow the hashtag Pathways to Climate.
Yeah, and that features some like artists of all different fields. So it has musicians, dancers, photographers, visual artists. I think there's a cake artist on there. So like we were saying earlier, art is whatever you want it to be. There are no boundaries.
All right, I'm going to show a request to see the email one more time. And like I said, it is on the Intrepid website. There's a PDF of the worksheet, and on that worksheet, it says the email address you should send the sheet to. So it's youthprograms@climatemuseum.org. Here, if I hold it a little closer. So hopefully you have that down. And then Tammy, we only have a few minutes left. So do you think it would be possible to bring your laptop a little closer to the picture so we could see all the details that you added?
Sure. I have so much. I wanted to get a little bit more, but maybe I'll keep working on it, as you all can as well. So let's see. All right. So I got a little child. She represents the future that we will all strive for and build together. Ooh, she's holding on to a branch that does not exist yet. And yeah, she's going on an adventure. This is our whole landscape of the future. We got some wind turbines, some solar panels. The plants and insects are thriving. The bears are still alive. We got some grasslands, some beautiful sky. I think I'm going to put some birds in that sky right now. Let us know in the chat what you guys decided to draw right before we see them when you all send them in.
Yeah, tell us about what you're drawing and what you like about Tammy's drawing. I really love that she put those insects in the foreground so that we can see them close up, and then those turbines in the background. I like that style of composition.
Yeah, that's another thing I like doing, going back to how all parts of the ecosystem are interconnected and we all rely on each other. And so the bear can't exist without the fish and the water, but it also can't exist without the flowers and the insects. We all need each other to have a functioning ecosystem. So I recommend, if you're going to compose a drawing and you want to have a lot of different elements in it, you can do this like kind of trick where you just put this in the foreground, but then still have a landscape drawing with like so much going on in the background.
That is fantastic. And we are getting a lot of activity in the chat. So people are saying that the drawing is amazing, Tammy. Someone else said that they drew a windmill. Someone said, this is amazing, Tammy. Mine doesn't look as good, but I'm sure yours looks as good. Someone else put some possible solutions. Someone said that they like your wind turbines and the flowers. And then someone asked a really important question. Someone asked, how does climate change affect minority communities? So one of the things that I'd like to talk about now is we have this great program called Talking Climate. And Talking Climate talks about how climate change intersects with a lot of problems related to inequality, specifically in the United States. And we do this Talking Climate series once a month on the second Friday of every month. And we talk about the relationship between inequality and climate change along a whole host of different themes. So, one of the ways that we talk about that is the ways that climate change will not affect all people equally. That some people will be more affected than others, and often that has to do with existing inequalities that are exacerbated by climate change. And we use those Second Friday events, this Talking Climate series, to talk about those existing inequalities and ways that we could perhaps make structural and systemic changes to our society to make sure that people are not being so disproportionately affected by climate change. And those are really great resources. Those videos live on our YouTube channel if you want to learn more about how climate change affects minority communities differently than it affects other communities.
Yeah, really glad somebody asked that question. Everything is intersectional, and if we're going to fight to better the world in terms of the environment and climate change, we have to also fight to get equality between humans, and we can do all of that at the same time, which is pretty exciting. So excellent question.
So we're just wrapping up now. So I want to remind everyone, please remember to email a picture of your artwork to youthprograms@climatemuseum.org. And if you have a climate conversation that's super inspiring or exciting, you should tell us about that when you submit your artwork. If it went really well, we'd love to hear how it went well. If it didn't go so well, maybe you can tell us about the obstacles that you faced. And that'll be a really great material for us to share with other people who are learning to talk about climate more. And like I said earlier, if you enjoyed this activity, please go to climatemuseum.org/online to find out about more activities you can do to promote action on climate change. If you have a few more questions, we can answer those, but otherwise, we can just watch Tammy finish up and then pass it back to you, Zach.
Excellent. Sounds good. Let me, oh, there we go. Perfect. I just wanted to thank you guys, Tammy, Maggie. This has been such a speedy session. I've just been locked in watching Tammy drawing the entire time. It's been so cool. As soon as you started putting some ink down on the page, I was like, this is going to be something very impressive. I could already tell. And just the sort of the aspects you guys were talking about was really informative, really inspirational. I know that all of the viewers, including me in the chat today, are just really feeling motivated. And I just wanted to say thank you and appreciate you guys sharing some of your incredible work that's happening over at the Climate Museum, and also getting us engaged thinking about climate change and how, you know, we actually can put pen on paper and talk to our friends and family and loved ones and be able to make change too. So I just wanted to give you guys a shout out because I'm not too familiar with the Climate Museum, and I learned a ton today, and I just really appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It was really fun for me, and I'm so excited to see what all of you guys were creating as I was creating this.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll
so
definitely make sure our peeps get them over to you right away.
All right. Have a great afternoon. I'm excited to watch the rest of the Kids Week programming.
Excellent. Please do, and the rest of the week as well. Have a good afternoon, guys.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Wow, guys, that was really cool. Tammy's very skilled. I hope everyone else got to put some good pen to paper and put something together. I didn't even attempt. I'm no artist in any way. I'm just an observer. I drink in the beautiful art and drawings. So don't be shy if you were kind of questioning what you guys have produced today. Every little bit matters. And just the fact that we were thinking about it, engaging with it today is so fantastic. So great job by the Climate Museum. And thank you guys all today for viewing and participating with us. Now, let's see, we've got another program, 147. Okay, we've got something else coming up at 2. But before we do, I want to chat a little bit about some other programs and some other exciting things that you can do while you're interacting with the Intrepid Museum. So I don't know about you guys, but even at 31, I still get excited about my birthday. And at the Intrepid Museum, you can actually experience your next birthday party from home alongside and with the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. So, you know, you and your birthday party guests can go on a virtual tour of the museum, kind of similar to how we did with Franz today, learn all about the history of the ship and the crew, even doing hands-on themed activities and celebrating your birthday in a fun and interactive way. So parents, if you want to learn a little bit more about that, you can go online to intrepidmuseum.org/groups and be able to learn more and even register if you'd like to have your birthday party hosted from home with the Intrepid Museum. Now, as I mentioned, up next at 2 p.m., we have a very special Meet the Illustrators program. You're going to be able to follow along as author and mindfulness experts lead you on a mindfulness exercise. I'm very excited about that because even as I'm getting to the end of my day here, you know, it's very important as we're keeping ourselves feeling centered, feeling mindful. Then, after that mindfulness exercise, we're going to do some back-to-back Illustrator lessons. So, but don't put your pens, pencils, paper, crayons away just yet. We've got some great interactions coming up. Before we do, I'd like to show you guys another short behind-the-scenes video, just as we saw the propeller with Becky a couple sessions ago. Right now, in this behind-the-scenes video, we're going to learn a little bit about landing a plane on an aircraft carrier. Now, as Franz told us, it is no easy task. Much different than we can think about landing on a runway. So let's tune into this video here and learn a little bit about how landing evolved on USS Intrepid from when it first came into service in World War II, and then how they were able to land jets on board later. Here we go.
My name is Scott Golicky, and this is an Intrepid Minute. Any military pilot out there will tell you that landing on an aircraft carrier is no easy task. Now, during World War II, Intrepid had a guy called a landing signal officer on a platform, the far end of the ship, and he had a couple of really big colored paddles, and he would use those to guide the aviator into the proper flight path onto the flight deck here. Once he got here, there were about a dozen arresting cables. These are thick metal cables, about yay thick, stretched across the stern of the ship. He'd drop his tail hook, try and hook on one of those cables, and it would stop you short like a giant shock absorber. If by chance you missed those arresting cables, a crash barrier would pop up behind me here, protect anybody further on down the line. You'd slam into the barrier, you'd damage the plane, but the crew would be okay. During the jet age, Intrepid executed what was called an optical landing system, and they also added this angled flight deck over here. You'd still drop your tail hook, you'd still go for the arresting cable, but now, if by chance you miss that cable, you do what's called a bolter. You would gun the engines, go back up in the air, circle around, and give it another shot. Stay tuned for another Intrepid Minute.
great to be able to see some of that footage there with Scott as we think about the aircraft being able to come in and land. You know, the one thing that really motivates me and when I'm thinking about the landing is that how many things have to happen at the exact same time. That hook being lowered down, as we saw, the flight deck being ready, all the crew up there making sure that they're in their correct positions, the pilot, while flying, focusing on a ship that's moving through the ocean, and to be able to have that process basically happen right at the exact same moment. So, you know, the people that are flying these planes are extremely skilled. And, you know, I would imagine as we think about what they do when they're inside the cockpit, both the explosion of the takeoff and that jarring landing are probably going to, you know, get that heartbeat racing a little bit. So, you know, when you guys make your way out, when we're reopening again and you come back on board, you're going to be able to walk right up on the flight deck, thinking of yourself not only as a pilot, but thinking of what they were experiencing when Intrepid was moving, cruising, and floating right through the ocean. So incredible stuff, and I can't wait to share it with you guys soon. Now, let's see, coming up here in 8 minutes, we will be having our final program of the day. I saw a couple of questions in the chat about when we're wrapping up today, so this is our final program. So have all your final breaks here before we strap in for our last session. Our session today is going to be in 2 parts, as I mentioned before. We're going to start out with author and mindfulness expert Kira Wiley, and then we're going to follow that up with a back-to-back Illustrator lesson from Bridget Berriger and Rachel Ignatowski. So hold tight. We'll be getting there soon. I will see you guys in a moment. All right, my friends, welcome back. Zach is back. We are ready for our final session of the day. I am ready to welcome my friend Kira as she talks to us today about a little bit of mindfulness, a little bit of relaxation. I'm so excited for this presentation. I've been operating at a very high level since we saw those animals yesterday, and I'm ready to meet with Kira and chat a little bit about mindfulness. Hello, Kira. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
We're very excited to have you. Now I understand we're going to do a little bit of Q&A a little bit. I'm going to buzz right out of the session right now, and I will see you in a little bit, but welcome and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sounds good. Friends, first wiggle your fingers like this. I'm going to count to 3, and we're going to clap one time. Ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. All right. Rub those fingers together. Make a little bit of energy. A little faster. A little faster. Hold still. Put those hands on your belly. Take a long breath in. Let it out. Do that one more time. Wiggle those fingers. And when I count to 3, we clap one time. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Super fast. Rub your hands together. Make a little bit of energy. Good. Hold them still. Put those hands over your heart. Take a long breath in. Let it all the way out. Hi, I'm Kira Willie. I'm the author of Peaceful Like a Panda. And it is a book about mindfulness. What is mindfulness? Well, mindfulness is paying attention to what's going on right now, both inside us, in our brains and in our bodies, and outside us, all around. And practicing mindfulness can help us with lots of things. It can help us calm down when we're a little hyper. Anyone ever get a little hyper? It can help us pay attention and focus to things we need to do, like math or any other schoolwork or task we need to do. And it can help us let go of stress, get rid of anxiety, right? Everybody gets stressed sometimes. Now, there are lots of different ways to practice mindfulness, but one of the best tools we have is something we do all the time, and you're doing it right now. Breathing. Breathing. Just like that long breath in and out we just took. It can help our bodies and our brains calm down. Now let's look at the book, and we'll do one exercise for each of these things, for calm, for focus, and for letting go of stress. Okay, this is called, get it in the camera here, give yourself a hug. So sit up really tall, stretch your arms out super wide, wiggle your fingers, okay? Wrap those arms around your body and squeeze your body really, really tight, really, really tight. Now take a big breath in. Let it all the way out. Let go, give your body a wiggle. Let's do that one more time. Stretch your arms out super duper wide. Wiggle those fingers. Wrap your arms around your body tight. Give your body a big squeeze. Maybe say, thank you, body. You have done a lot for me today. Breathe in. Let it all the way out. Give your whole body a wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Hold still. How do you feel now? A little calmer, maybe? I hope so. Okay, let's do one to help us focus, to help us pay attention. Now, when we use our breath to practice paying attention, it helps us be able to pay attention to other things, like in school when we have to, or to our parents when they're talking to us, right? Sometimes it can be hard to pay attention. This is called starfish. So hold up one hand like this. Pretend your hand is a starfish. Yeah, looks a little bit like a starfish. We're going to trace all the points of our starfish up and down. So put one finger to the bottom of your thumb. Take a long breath in and trace your thumb to the top. Let it out, trace back down. Trace your first finger, breathe in. Let it out, trace back down. Keep going. Next finger, breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Now you're at your pinky. Breathe in. Breathe out. Good. Give your body a little wiggle. Let's try the other hand. Ready? Spread your fingers wide. There's your starfish. You can decide what color your starfish is. Mine's going to be sparkly blue and purple. Yours can be whatever you want. Put one finger to the bottom of your thumb. Trace it up. Breathe in. Down. Breathe out. Yeah, you know what to do. Keep going. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Keep going. Breathe in. Breathe out. One more. Breathe in. You're at your pinky. Breathe out. Good. Give your whole body a little wiggle. And hold still. Whew. I feel better. Do you? All right, let's try one more. This is for letting go of stress. It is called Good Night Worries. But since we're not going to sleep right now, at least I'm not going to sleep right now, we're going to call it Goodbye Worries. Here it is. Whoop. So here's what I want you to do. Imagine you have a little box in your hand, okay? It can hold all of your worries, so you can relax. So do you have a worry? Say it out loud, whatever it is. It can be a big worry, or it can be a teeny tiny little worry. Doesn't matter. Say it out loud, and then put it right into the box. Do you have another worry? Say it out loud. It doesn't matter if it's big or if it's small. Any worry is fine. Put it right into that box. Say all of your worries out loud. Keep going till there's no more worries to say out loud. They can be big ones. They can be small ones. They can be about you. They could be about somebody else. They could be about something out in the world. Say them out loud and then put them into your box. And when you're done, put the top on tight and put the box somewhere safe. Or give it to a grown-up to hold for you. Now, you don't need to worry about those worries anymore. You can relax. Take a big breath in. Let it all the way out. Let's do one more to really get rid of all our stress. This one is called Scrunch and Let Go. You ready? We're going to scrunch up all of our muscles in our body and then relax them all at the same time. So start with your toes. Scrunch up your toes. Make all the muscles in your legs strong. Make your belly strong. Make your hands into fists and make the muscles in your arms really strong. And now scrunch up your face. Squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze it. Take a big breath in. Let it all go. Let's do that one more time. Ready? Squeeze your toes. Squeeze your feet. Squeeze the muscles in your legs. Make them super strong. Make your belly strong. Make your arms strong at your sides. Make your hands into fists and scrunch up your face and squeeze it, squeeze it. Squeeze your eyes tight. Breathe in. Let it all the way out. Goodbye, stress. We don't need stress, right? Get rid of it. So practicing mindfulness can help us calm down when we're hyper, pay attention and focus to the things we have to do, and it can help us let go of stress. And it's easy, and it's kind of fun. So I hope that helps, and I think we are ready for some questions if you have some.
Wow, Kira, I'm feeling so peaceful right now. That was amazing.
I'm so glad.
I was thinking about jumping in to show you how, but I was participating in the backstage, and it really, it's feeling good. So I know viewers today have been really seeing me with my energy up, but just a couple of those few things we did, and I'm feeling really good. But enough about Zach. Let's get into some of our questions from some of our
Sounds good.
So how did you become a mindfulness expert?
By doing it. I visited lots and lots and lots of schools, and I used to perform concerts. I still do, but as I was performing concerts, I talked to lots of teachers and lots of students who said, we are stressed out. And so learning some of these techniques through my own yoga practice and through teaching yoga, I realized that a lot of people really need these mindfulness tools and tips and techniques. So I started teaching them to children, and then I started teaching them to teachers so they could teach their children, and just saw a real need for them. And then I figured out how to make them fun and kid friendly, and so that they'll want to do them, so that then they're really effective. So yeah, just over time doing it with lots and lots and lots of people.
I could have guessed yoga because I used to do sessions at the ship, believe it or not. We would do yoga sessions.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And as soon as we were talking about my breathing in and breathing out, I was right back into my yoga positioning and thinking about that sort of peacefulness. And one question I have, I'm jumping the questions from our chat, but Zach has a question here for you. Could you recommend any of those for a cluttered mind, or do you have anything else? Like sometimes I find myself getting a little, everything at once type. Trying to figure out how do I get into, okay, this is what I'm going to do now, and then this step, and then this step. So out of the things maybe that we saw, would you recommend any of those for me, or do you have anything else maybe that I could help to declutter my mind? Maybe not get so overwhelmed, I think is the word I'm looking for.
Well, a cluttered mind is either in the past or in the future, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not right now. And so any mindfulness exercise that brings you into the present will help with that cluttered mind, because you can't live in the past and you can't live in the future. You only live in right this minute. So I would say of those, I would do the starfish or the 5-finger breath, because if you can focus all of your attention on your breathing, and you have to focus it to keep track of what fingers you're on, right? You're not able to think about what happened yesterday, and you're not able to worry about what's happening tomorrow. So anything that, and it doesn't have to be this, there are lots of different breathing exercises you can do, but that will focus all of your attention on that breath. There's another one called Where Is Your Breath, where you breathe deeply in and out and you focus all your attention on where you feel the air in your body. So literally, do you feel it in your nose? Do you feel it in your mouth? Do you feel it in your throat? Do you feel it in your belly as it comes in and out? And that brings all of your attention to that present activity that you're doing. And so that sort of rumination that's happening, which is that worry about the future or thinking about the past, kind of falls by the wayside because you're focused so intently on what's happening right now. So I hope that helps, but those are two that I would suggest to try.
Yep, it definitely does. I think your explanation on the past and the future, right? And then thinking about coming back to right here is what's so important, because
and it's hard to do. Yeah.
I mean, it totally is. I think that's why some of the exercises and things that you're sharing with us today, it's a lot easier than just, well, hey, Zach, think about being mindful, right? But that action brings my brain into, okay, I'm focusing on my fingers here versus whatever, what might be bothering me about something that is coming up or has happened or what have you. So yeah, I definitely, I appreciate that explanation, because I think all of us can kind of try to, be focusing on something as we're thinking about being present right here.
Good. Yes.
I have more questions, Kira, but I don't want to take away from anyone else in the chat. So let's just give them a beat here. Oh, here we go. Our last question, it seems like, what inspired you to write this incredible book?
Thank you. It's really the same thing. It's seeing the need for mindfulness with mostly the school students that I was visiting. And specifically this book, it was finding ways to have these exercises be short, right? For maybe shorter attention spans, and to make it easier to do them regularly, and really kid friendly and fun. So things like making your hand into a starfish and, giving yourself a hug and that kind of thing. They're more fun than saying just, hold still and breathe deeply. And this one in particular is organized by times of day. So it makes it easy. My hope is that it makes it easy to attach mindfulness practice to something you're already doing in your day. So the sections are rise and shine, you could do right when you wake up. Are we there yet? Which is perfect to do in the car or on the train or the bus. Brain boosters, which is perfect for school or before that test or math class. Let's eat. A great time to do mindfulness as a family is if you sit down for a meal together, just practice the 60-second mindfulness exercise before you eat. And then good night, which are great for calming down, settling down, like that that goodbye worries exercise. You know, let go of those worries so you can have a good night's sleep. So I've organized it that way, just with the intention of helping people to make it a consistent practice, because consistency is really key, as with any skill. So if you can kind of attach just that little bit of mindfulness to something you're already doing every day, then that's a win.
I definitely agree. I think, I sometimes find myself getting started and then maybe not following through with some of that schedule, and that, allowing the action to really take place over a nice long period of time. So I'll be taking advantage of Good Night Worry tonight for sure, as I think about the upcoming week and, just thinking into the future, and of course, my starfish tracing as well. So thank you so much, Kira. I really appreciated it. I know all of our viewers did today as well.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. See you
Until
later.
Next time. Have a good afternoon. All right, friends, as we say bye to Kira, I hope everyone's feeling nice and relaxed. Now we are going to welcome Rachel and Bridget as they take us through some different illustrating and drawing exercise. Hello, guys. How are you?
Hey, thanks so much for having us.
Wonderful, Rachel. Good to have you as well. Hi, Bridget. I think your mic might be muted just in case you're wanting to say. There you are. Hello.
Hi.
Hi there. So I don't want to take away any of your guys' time. I know you have some very fun, different things to share with us today. So I will see you guys in a little bit, maybe when we answer some questions back at the end. But without further ado, take it away.
Sounds great.
You. Thanks. Rachel, did we decide which of us is going to go first?
Yes, Bridget, you're going first.
Okay, cool. Okay, I am going to go ahead and share my screen with you all so that I can show you my book, Welcome Flower Child, that I wrote and illustrated. And that means that I both wrote the words and drew the pictures. So there's the cover of the book. And I'm just going to take you all through a few pages of the book so that you can get a feel for what it's like. I wanted to make this book because I love the idea of everybody having a special flower that's just for them. Everybody has a birthday. So everyone will have a flower that is just for them inside of this book. This is a very old custom or practice. It's similar to everybody has a birthstone and everybody has an astrological sign, but it's a little bit less well known, I feel like. So I made this book to highlight that, and also I just love flowers. I think that they're so wonderful. Let's see if I can get there we go. Here are the end papers. That's the part when you open up the book and the book hasn't started yet. In this book, there's a special spot where you can dedicate it to somebody. Or if it's your book, you can put your name in there. And there's lots and lots and lots and lots of flowers and plants and butterflies and bugs and fairies inside this book. Every child is a different kind of flower, and all together make this world a beautiful garden. This book is dedicated to my niece Alice, who was born in the month of June, so her birth flower is a rose. And down at the bottom here, you can see every month. There's January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and December, and a little fairy for each one and a little flower for each one. Flowers bloom inside this book. Turn the pages, take a look. A flower blooms each month anew. Find the flower just for you. So January is carnation. And each month also has a poem that goes with the month that describes the qualities of a person born inside that month. So for January, it's in January, the year is new, as you bring life and light with you. The way you blossom, big and bold, brings warmth and love to fight the cold. This is February, the month that we're in right now. Happy birthday, all you February babies. The flower for February is violet. February flowers, slow to unfold, will open wide with hearts of gold. A child with charm and dreaming eyes brings sunshine to the grayest skies. March is daffodil. All March babes are warm and bright, like daffodils, a spring delight. A sunshine smile is what you bring to make each day as fresh as spring. And I'm only going to read the first few, and then we'll just go through the illustrations kind of quickly because I have a drawing demonstration that I want to get to for you all. So April is Sweet Pea. May is Lily of the Valley. June is Rose. July is Water Lily. August is Poppy. That's my birth month. I was born in August. September is Morning Glory. October is Marigold. November is Chrysanthemum. December is Poinsettia. And then when we get to the very end of the book, it says, no matter what the time of year, you were born to be held dear. Adventure through the garden bed, travel where your heart has led. The greatest bliss I'll ever know will be to watch you grow, grow, grow. And in the physical book, there's a part that folds out and it makes the page extra long. And that's what this page is. So you have all of the fairies flying together. And then we end up back at the end papers again. And that's actually a perfect place for us to end because I'm going to be doing a little drawing demonstration for you of how to draw a butterfly. So I'm going to go ahead and exit my full screen and then open up Photoshop.
Bridget, that book is so beautiful. I see everyone in the comments gushing over how beautiful your illustrations are.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. It was definitely like a labor of love. As I was making it, I feel like whenever you make a book, you're kind of making it because it's something that you really like, and then you just kind of hope that other people will also like it. So as I was making this book, I was really like, I hope people are like into flowers and like fairies as I am, because that's essentially all that this is.
Well, if they weren't before, they definitely will be now.
Well, there's also something for everybody, because as I said, everybody has a birthday. So even if you're not super into it, there's something fun about opening a book and flipping through it and being like, ooh, which one of these is for me? Like, which one of these is like mine, or describing myself? So there's some, I think that that's really fun. Okay, so I'm going to show you all how to draw a butterfly. I actually, it took me a while to figure out how to draw a butterfly. They're kind of complicated looking and a little bit hard, I thought. So you can all draw along if you like. I'm using this program called Photoshop, which is in my computer, and I'm using this thing, which is a stylus. It's like a pen, but it just draws on a screen. You don't need that to do this. You can use a crayon or a marker or a pencil or a pen, and you can draw on a piece of paper or the back of an envelope or a Post-it note or an old paper bag. Just whatever you have is fantastic. You don't need anything fancy to draw or to practice drawing. I'm just doing this because it makes it a lot easier for you to see what I'm doing this way. So I have my little like document here, and you're just going to see the drawing kind of like appear in front of you. And the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to make a plant. I'm going to make a plant for our butterfly to land on. So I'm going to do a really simple little plant like the plants that were inside of the book, which is little teardrop shaped leaves. And as you go down the stem, they get a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger, until down at the end they're the biggest. So there's lots of different butterfly types that you can make. There's lots of different shapes, but we're going to do like a really simple one. And we're actually going to start with the body. So the body can be just kind of a little oval shape. And then its head is more of a round shape that's attached to it. And the way that we're going to make it look like a butterfly is we're going to give him some legs. And the legs just kind of stick out of the body like that. And because this is February and it's the month of Valentine's Day, our butterfly is going to have some really cool heart-shaped wings. So the bottom of the heart, the pointy part, is down here, and then the big loopy part is up at the top. So that's one wing. And a thing that's hard about drawing butterflies is trying to make sure that both of the sides are the same size or the same shape about, but this makes it much easier because you don't even have to draw the whole other wing. You can just draw part of it right next door, and then you have a butterfly with two wings. We'll give him some nice long antennas. And then the fun part of drawing the butterfly is drawing all the stuff that's inside the wings. So I like to give, if you look at a butterfly's wings, you'll see that it has little stripy veins on the wings. I always like to give my butterflies those little stripy veins. Maybe your butterfly has a spot on it. Maybe your butterfly has some fancy scallop patterns inside of it. Maybe your butterfly has a nice shape on the edge like this, where it's a little bit darker. And then as many colors as you like inside of your, I'm just doing it in black and white to show you, but you can put as many colors as you want. And then let's give them a little friend, just real quick. We'll do another oval and another dot, and then this one's going to be open. So we'll do one on this side, one heart shape on this side, and then one heart shape on this side. And it's not perfect, but it doesn't have to be. And then you can do all of the same things to this one to make it fancy. Maybe we'll put this dot on the top. And yeah, there you have two butterflies, one open flying butterfly and one closed resting butterfly. And that's kind of like a perfect segue into Rachel's book, because she's going to talk a lot more about butterflies and pollinators and how important they are to the life of a flower.
Yes.
Yeah, and if you guys do any drawings and you want to share them with me, please do. I'm very easy to find, especially on Instagram. It's just search my name, Bridget Berriger, like Tigger. I'm the only one, so I should be the first person that pops up.
Thank you so much, Bridget. That was beautiful. I can't wait to see everybody's butterflies online who tag you in those pictures. And without much further ado, let me talk about my book, What's Inside a Flower? You're seeing double. We got two of them right here. So in this book, well, first let me just say I write nonfiction. So I write about science and history. And in this book, we talk about the science behind what a flower is, its different parts, and why flowers are important. So, and here's my end papers right here. And as you can see, in this book, we start at the very beginning. We talk about how flowers are everywhere. And we ask three important questions. We ask, how does a flower grow? Why do flowers bloom on plants? And what's inside a flower? And throughout this book, we're going to answer those three questions using science. And we start in the dirt. And we talk about worms and bugs that make the soil that flowers need to live in. And then we talk about how a seed kind of grows and the different structures it grows and why each of those structures are important, like leaves and stems. And then, of course, we get into the flower. And we talk about the different parts of the inside of a flower, like the pistil, the stamen, and the pollen, and how those different parts make new seeds. And also very important, just like we saw those butterflies getting drawn, there are many different animals that eat the pollen and the nectar in plants. And when they do that, they actually spread pollen from plant to plant. And pollen is what is needed to create new seeds. So these animals are called pollinators. And I'm going to do a craft with you where we make our own little pollinator bee, and we'll see in real time how that actually works with these flowers that I have right next to me. So I first just also want to say, when I was making this book, I wanted to create something where the kids could really spend a lot of time exploring each page, but also read it like a storybook. So it's a reference guide, a storybook, and it's the perfect companion for science core curriculum for elementary schools. So let's make our little bee. So let me show you the guy I have right here. This is just a little friend made from pipe cleaners, and we're gonna make one with you guys right now. So first, let's talk about the supplies we need. Well, we're gonna need this dowel, so I'm just gonna pluck this guy right off, whoop. And I'm gonna put this down right here. We also need 3 pipe cleaners, a black one, a yellow one, and a blue one. A pair of scissors, and please ask your adult if you can use these by yourself or if you're going to need help. A pencil, and 2 little stick-on googly eyes. And these are really cool because they're like stickers, and you could get these at any craft stores. I got mine at Target. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take our yellow pipe cleaner, and we're going to cut this guy in half. So how I like to do it, I bend him in half, I take my scissor, and I snip. There we go. And we're going to put that down right here to use later. And then we also need to cut our blue pipe cleaner, and this guy's going to become our wings. So the blue pipe cleaner, we're going to cut it 1 inch shorter than the yellow pipe cleaner. So it's going to be about 4 inches. And a really good way to measure that is you kind of take your thumb right here, and adult little thumb part is about 1 inch. Just kind of line them up, see where your thumb hits, kind of take it between your fingers and give it a little, whoop, I dropped them, a little snip. And here we go. So we have our yellow pipe cleaner, our shorter blue pipe cleaner, and our long black pipe cleaner. So now we're going to take our black pipe cleaner, and we're going to get our pencil. And the first thing we're going to do is make this little bee's head. So I'm going to wrap around the pipe cleaner twice. So I wrap the pipe cleaner around the pencil twice, and that's looking really good. And now I'm going to take my yellow pipe cleaner and place it right next to the black pipe cleaner. Now we're going to make the stripes of the bee's body. So carefully twist these around the pipe cleaner, around the pencil to create the stripes on the bee's body. And look at that. So your pencil is going to look like this. You have the stripes, you have the head, and we're going to kind of squish it a little together, and we're going to gently slide the pencil out. Okay, so we have this little tube with a long tail. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to kind of round out the head of the bee. So take the very end right here and sort of tuck him back into himself and kind of round him out. So now the little bee has a little black face right there. Perfect for the googly eyes to go on. And then we're going to bend this one horizontally because it's going to be the stinger. And we're going to take our scissor again and give him a little snip so it's not so long. Oop, there we go. So he's looking good. Okay, now it's time to make the wings. Now we're going to fold this little blue pipe cleaner in half, and we're going to make a little heart. And these little tiny teardrops are going to be the bee's wings. And it doesn't have to be perfect. And pipe cleaners are really forgiving. And so you can have little closed wings. You can open them up a little to give them this little cute wing shape. So the cool thing about pipe cleaners is that you don't need glue, you don't need to tie anything. You can just stick these wings in the middle of the bee's body, and it all holds together. Now this is my favorite part. We're going to take the bee in between our fingers like this. We're going to give him a little squeeze to make sure that everything kind of sticks together. And there we go. Isn't he looking handsome? And so the last step, we're almost done, is we're going to stick the googly eyes on the bee's little face. So one eye goes here. Isn't that cute? And then we're going to take the next eye and we're just going to peel it off. And we're going to stick that one right here. There he goes. And to help us turn him into a puppet, I like to put him on a little dowel because then I can control where he's flying very easily. But if you don't have one of these at home, you could also use the pencil from before. So I'll show you with the pencil real quick. Just stick them on there. Oh, look, use your little friend. But we're going to use the dowel because we're fancy. And here we go. Now he's ready to fly right into a flower. And I'm going to show you that right now. So what I have next to me is a lily. And lilies are very cool because you can really see the different anatomy of a flower with a lily. The petals are very distinct. And then we can also see the inside of the flower very easily. So this part right here, it has the pollen. And this is the stamen. And on top of the stamen, you can even see the grains of pollen are even falling onto the petals. These flowers are ready. And in the center, we have the pistil. And the pistil is basically the female part of the flower. It holds the eggs. And plants have eggs, which I think is really wild when you think about it. And what makes a new seed is when pollen from a different flower plant lands on the top of the pistil onto the sticky stigma, and that pollen then grows a little tube that connects down into the egg, and then a new seed begins to grow because pollen and an egg each have half of what is needed to create a new seed. So how does the pollen from one plant get to this guy right here? Well, that's where our friend comes in, Mr. Bee. So as you can see, he's very hungry. Oh, I'm so hungry. This nectar is delicious. But while I'm drinking this nectar, I'm making a mess. Has anyone eaten a bowl of spaghetti and gotten sauce all over themselves? That's exactly what happens to this bee. His fuzzy little body gets covered in these small pollen grains. And as he moves from flower to flower, he brings those pollen grains with him. Some of them fall off and he gets new ones on them. So this is how pollinators like bees and birds and bats, just by going about their day, getting food, actually help spread pollen and create new seeds all over the world. So that's why they're so important. And the wonderful thing about this book is that we also talk about why flowers are important. Well, flowers, when a new seed is being grown inside of them, they actually become different. They change, they transform. Some of them become husks. Some of them become pods, and some of them become fruits. So flowers provide us with food. They provide us with more plants, which make oxygen, which we all need. And they also provide us with just beauty all over the world. So you can do this craft at home. And if you didn't have the supplies with you, please visit my website. Not only do we have the worksheet that explains how to make this bee, but we also have coloring pages for you to learn more about flower anatomy at home.
Wow, these are really great, guys. I am very impressed. As you may have heard earlier in the session, I'm no artist, so to see the beautiful productions that you guys have put together here is just pretty breathtaking and also extremely informative. It's been really nice to see a little bit of Bridget's process and also what motivates Rachel as she wrote What's Inside a Flower. I know there's probably some great questions in the chat, but I actually had a couple of my own before we started, so hold tight, chat. I know we have a few minutes here, but let me speak with Rachel and Bridget before we jump over. So first off with Bridget, I wanted to know a little bit more about how those plants are associated with the months, because as you were helping us understand about when you were born, and I believe it was Violet was your month, if I'm not mistaken, or I may be misconfusing, but anyway, I'm in November, so chrysanthemum. Where did those relationships come from to monthly flower?
Yeah, it's interesting because when I was researching for this book, there's actually, so every flower doesn't grow every place, right? Like, yeah. So there's a list of birth flowers that are English, that are traditionally like European, and then there's a list that are traditionally American. And then a lot of it seems to just be associated loosely with the season that the flower is in, but also each flower has its own meaning or its own meanings associated with it. In the Victorian era, they were like really, really into the language of flowers. And I think there are several books that you can find that get really into like, a pansy means this, but if it's yellow, it means something different, versus if it's purple, then it's about passion. But if it's white, that's about purity. Like it gets so nuanced and detailed. For me, when I was choosing like which way, because in the book, I just kind of chose which flower I wanted to have for each month based on the research I was doing. So you'll find that there's a little bit of like both in there. There's a little bit of the English version, a little bit of the American version. For me, I just wanted for everybody, no matter what month you were born in, to feel special. Like I didn't want to have all the flowers look the same. I wanted you to turn the page and feel like, yeah, I was born in March. So like, yeah, daffodil is for me. Like it makes sense. It's special. It's different from the violet that precedes it. And it's different from the sweet pea that comes after it. Like I just wanted for everybody to have the feeling of like, this is special for my month and it's special for me and it's like different from everything else that's in here, and kind of cover a range of different types of flowers, like flowers that look really different from each other and have different colors and different smells. And everybody feeling good about themselves after they like read this book was very important to me. So a lot of it was research, and then a lot of it was just my own taste as well.
Well, you nailed it, because as we leafed through, and I think some of them I certainly recognize, but I must admit I'm no expert, and to learn a little bit more about a chrysanthemum now being associated to the month I was born in, right now I'm a little bit more interested. Now I'm going to learn a little bit more about chrysanthemums and where are they growing and how do they work. And so it's kind of like, I think topaz is the November birthstone, and we think of ourselves with the astrology signs and things. So really cool today to learn a little bit about how flowers, even in that sense, can kind of both speak to who we are, but also kind of connect a little bit to when we came into this world on the calendar.
Yeah.
Now, Rachel, I wanted to ask, and this might be a little bit beyond what you're investigating in your book, but
go for it.
Thank you. Are the plants evolving alongside the bees or the birds or the creatures that are helping to move the pollen around? Or the other thing that I was thinking of course, was it was probably wind related at some point, that you could have wind be able to spread some of that pollen around to different plants. So do the plants kind of get better as, oh, well, bees are interacting with us here? Are they evolving to how to be better at having these creatures move their pollen around?
So we don't really get into the evolution history of flowers in this book.
Okay.
But we do make reference to it. And let me show you right here. And of course, yes, flowers existed way before animals did. So there are many flowers that can self-pollinate, like the sunflower. And there's also flowers that rely on wind. So we talk a little bit about grasses that use wind to pollinate. And then we also talk about right here. So we don't go into the fact that, oh, these animals are evolving alongside the flowers, because this is an elementary school level book.
Yeah,
we talk about it. We talk about it a little bit more in my like middle school level books, like The Wondrous Workings of Planet Earth. But right here, we just make a little reference to it. We say a flower's petal shape makes feeding for local pollinators, feeding easy for local pollinators. Some petals are shaped like a landing pad for bugs, while other flowers are perfect for long tongues and beaks. And so that kind of makes a nod to the fact that the flower structure is very much there to only attract pollinators. The color of the flower, the smell of the flower, even the shape of the flower. It's there for its geographical location to attract as many pollinators as possible, because the more pollinators that visit it, the more chances there are for a new seed to be formed, and that plant to spread its genetics across the world. Explaining that the structures of the flower have like these different functions, like the petal is really there to attract a pollinator. It takes a nod to it, even though we don't go deep into it. But if you ever visit a botanical garden and look at orchids, that is a great example of a flower that has evolved for a very specific pollinator. So maybe there is a future where I write a book that's more at the middle school level, where we go in deep into all of that. And we can even talk about how like plants and fungus have come together in evolution to create algae, and just things that we kind of like don't even really think about. The history of evolution is all around us, and we benefit from it.
Well, thank you for taking my rather heady question and
digesting
it down for some of our viewers, because, you know, it is very interesting to think. I wasn't even considering color or the shape of the petal, or, you know, the ways in which these two are really working together, I guess, was what I was trying to articulate, and you spoke to so well. The pollinator and the plant are working together to allow that process to take place.
Absolutely. There's all these flowers in beautiful daisies in South Africa. That's a really good example that attract this like certain type of beetle that's there. And the beetle is just the perfect shape to land on these giant landing pads of these like cones, which are like a group of this inside structure kind of repeated over and over again. Meanwhile, in places where hummingbirds are more common, you'll see these tulip-shaped flowers, because their long beak needs that structure to then be able to get the honey. I'm not the honey, the nectar. Excuse me. Anyway,
as they then will go right, making that well, and we can see go.
Oh, sorry. What were you saying?
No, I was just going to speak to that same sort of aspect happening for Bridget, and as she's creating the flowers interacting with the butterflies as well, right? Same sort of landing areas, same sort of ways in which that sort of relationship is taking place. So it's all very good work by you guys, for sure. Let's see if we have any other questions here. I think we may have been coming down. How about, this sounds perfect, I guess, as we maybe covered it a bit, but what inspired you guys to write this book? And maybe we'll go Bridget, and then have Rachel quickly speak to her inspiration as well.
Well, I wanted to write this book because it was something that I was interested in. I just have an interest I like flowers. I liked this concept, and I felt like it wasn't really present anywhere obvious. Like I've seen, I know like in like baby books, I feel like that's the first place that I saw it, was like in my own baby book, where it said like, you know, for every month you have a flower, but that was about it. Like I'd seen just like lists of it. And I was like, I feel like there's room here to like really expand on this idea a little bit more. And luckily for me, my publisher was into it. And now we have the book. Now it exists. So from it basically came from like a tiny little thing that I was just sort of like curiously interested in and could see the potential into now existing.
Excellent. Well, we certainly are very appreciative of that persistence of that idea that you had, as we now get to explore and enjoy the books that you wrote. So thank you.
Thank you.
And for me, I like to see my all of my books are really made as tools to use in the classroom. And for me, I was actually, a lot of my books are for the 8th grade, high school sort of audience that I've done before, and they can age down to elementary school. But I hadn't created a book that was specifically for elementary school science core curriculum. So what inspired me? Well, it was readings. Elementary school science core curriculum. I looked for what the needs were in the classroom, and they do a lot of sort of backyard science to introduce kids to foundational concepts in biology. So things like what's inside a flower, how an egg develops from like a baby chicken, things like even with butterflies, the transformation from a caterpillar to a butterfly. These are all themes that I'm going to be touching upon, and actually are the series of for this book series right here that's going to be able to be used in classrooms and really bring home the point that science is all around us and it's not scary, and it's something that should be a part of your life even as young as 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, and going forward.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that. It's certainly, from what I've seen so far, I think you're definitely achieving it. So great job on that front. I think we have 2 more questions today. So let's see here. Our second to last. Any commentary on any favorite flowers? Anything that you particularly like the most, whether it be an arrangement in the home, perhaps, I don't know if you guys are into gardening in any way, or I'll leave it open-ended and let you take it from there.
Favorite flower for smell. I love tuberose, which is it's like a tall stalk with like little white kind of flute-shaped flowers on it. Smells wonderful. For just like looks only, ornamental, I love poppies. Poppies, daisies, I've always just had a soft spot for like the iconic, it's a circle with like little white petals sticking off of it. I just think there's something so cute and sweet about those. I also love the California poppies. That I'm in California and we have a lot of those. I actually have a big California poppy tattoo on my arm.
Wow, very cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's how strongly I feel about those.
Mm-hmm. We could say poppy perhaps is definitely high up there in the favorites for you.
Yeah, and it's my birthday is in August, and the birth flower for August is poppy. And in the book, it's a traditional like European poppy, like the red poppy with the black center, really striking and beautiful. But like all poppies are great. Like the Matilaha poppy, which is the big fluffy white one with like the big yellow pom-pom center, is also super beautiful. Like it's honestly hard to choose an absolute favorite. There are so many beautiful ones.
Thank you.
I like a sunflower, a good sunflower. Yeah, makes my day.
Sure.
Anyone who's bringing me flowers, those are my favorite.
Yeah.
I'm not picky.
I agree with that.
Yep. All right, let's see here. Oh, I also want to say that just what the flower that came to my head was like a lily of the valley type. I remember in New Hampshire always seeing those growing like around the mossy different areas. I grew up in New Hampshire, so that a lot of different flowers interaction. And my mom always made sure to point that one out.
Yeah, that one's gorgeous. It's so magical looking, and like the little bells.
Exactly.
So
and when we were speaking to the fairies a little bit, I was kind of imagining some sort of fairy world with the little sort of canopies of the bells coming over, and so inspiring me. I was thinking about that earlier, and now I had a chance to shout out my favorite. All right, let's see here. Great final question for us, beautifully taking us out as we get ready to conclude. Any advice for young artists who are hoping to illustrate, whether it be professionally or improve their craft a little bit? What would you tell a youngster that's getting involved in the art just as you guys did?
I guess it would be to draw every single day, practice, practice, practice. And this isn't for like advice for like super young kids, but more high school students. I think if you want to be a professional, it's really important to, it's almost like an athletic scholarship. Really spend your extracurricular time honing your craft. If you have access to pre-college courses to get your portfolio shored up, go to them. If there's portfolio reviews happening in your area at local state colleges, or if you're lucky enough to be near a big city like New York City, there's a ton of art schools there. They have portfolio reviews that you could go to, show your portfolio, get feedback, and then get yourself ready for the competitive nature of getting into art school. So yeah.
Thank you.
Bridget, you got advice?
Yeah. Yeah, this is something that I get asked a lot. And it's a little, everybody's circumstances are so different that it's a little bit like hard for me to answer, because I feel like what's wanted when this question is asked is like a specific, like, here's the path, like, here's like, go that way. Like, it's gonna happen like A, B, C, D, like in a very linear fashion. Like, here's how to do it. But every single artist that I know, and I have many, many artist friends, every single one of us has had such a different experience of like creating our career path. Like, it almost like could not be more different from each other. Like, our backgrounds are very different, how we developed as artists, the schools we went to, the experiences that we've had, so different from each other. So there really isn't like a correct way to go about doing it. The main thing is, like what Rachel was saying, is just like keep drawing, because that's really like the main thing. Like, if you really want to do it, know that like all you need to do is keep on doing it. And also that like, know that it can be a career. Like, don't ever let anybody tell you that like when you're an artist, like you're going to be a starving artist, or like you can't do that, or that job doesn't exist. Because if we have learned like anything over like in recent history, it's that like whatever you want to do and whatever you're great at can be made into a career. So for me, my grandfather was an artist, so my parents never told me, there was never any illusion about like you can't do that for a living, because they knew that you could do it for a living because that's what he did for a living. Right. So yeah, it was, and in my mind I was like, well, yeah, of course it's possible. But I did have friends growing up, like I had a friend that wanted to be a writer, and I remember having a really bummer conversation with her in high school where she was like, well, I want to be a writer, but you can't really do that for a living. And I was like, what are you talking about? Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Well,
like,
when you look
totally
around
can do
you,
it.
yeah, and when you look around you, you have to realize that everything in your life has been touched by an artist. Even things that you wouldn't think of, like the chair you sit in, this was designed by an industrial designer. The billboards in the street, they were created by photographers, by graphic designers, by illustrators.
Yeah, the clothes you wear.
The clothes, right. This print, this was made by someone. So yeah, there's a career in it. I think the biggest thing to ask yourself is, if you want to be an artist, who is your art serving, and what problems are you solving with your art? And those don't have to be like big heady problems. They could be as simple as you just want to brighten someone's day. That's a problem to solve, and you can do it with art.
Yeah, I think that is some of the best advice, right? Keep doing it. If this is something that you want to do, keep doing it. But then I think to Britta's point, it's very well said that, there isn't any sort of path. So as we continue to practice and to put pen to paper or on the computer, digital design, graphic design, what have you, right? That just keep on doing it. There is no sort of right or wrong way. Your practice will get you right to where you belong. I think that's beautiful.
Yeah, it's worth noting that like my dream of like being an artist was like, it was very broad. I never thought that I was going to make books. That wasn't really the goal. I was just like, someday somebody's going to pay me money to do drawings. And that was about like the extent of my thought process about what I wanted my career to be. And that's what I'm doing. So.
And that's all right. You're doing what we want to be doing is the goal. I'll just share, I guess, for viewers too. One of my my very good friends is a great artist, blows me away. He's never had any sort of formal training in any way. just keeps doing it. I meet him in high school, continuing on through college. Today, he's doing screen printing and graphic design back up in New Hampshire. So, you know, to Rachel's point, it can manifest in a bunch of different ways, but his pursuit of that skill and how much he enjoyed is now manifesting with a great career for him, and he's doing something that he loves, I think, in the same way that the both of you two are today as well. Wow, thank you so much, guys. This has been fantastic. I hope you enjoyed. I hope all of our viewers enjoyed as well. I know I learned a lot, and it was great to see a little bit of your guys' process today as well. So thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Have a great afternoon.
Yeah, you too.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Wow, guys, that was incredible. I hope everyone enjoyed. We're getting to the end here, so I just wanted to take a few final comments, a few closing statements. I really enjoyed everything that we had today, from beginning with our Triceratops learning with American Museum of Natural History, through to our friend Heather at 2x2 Zoo, incredible work from the Climate Museum. Now we're wrapping up with some of this mindfulness and the illustrators that we spoke with today. Great day. It was such an honor to host with all of you and to participate in all of it, and I hope you guys enjoyed as well. Don't forget, of course, tomorrow we're going to be back again. You won't be with Zach, but we'll have another host, another whole set of activities, a whole nother incredible set of partners. So make sure, if you guys want to check out the schedule ahead of time, just stop on by www.intrepidmuseum.org/kidsweek, and you can see everything we have there. What more can I say? Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you guys have a great kickoff to Kids Week. I hope you're back here again tomorrow and the next day and the next day as well. And I'm sure I'll be seeing you guys when we're hopefully reopening again in late March. So check our website for updates, and I will see you guys soon. Ta-ta for now. Bye-bye.